16th, 4:03 p.m.-ish. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Please don't share or say anything you don't want to have displayed. It will be displayed on the town's YouTube channel. Comments through the chair, please, for decorum and to make it a little bit more manageable for our minutes taker. And no ad hominem, no personal comments, attacks, or versing the HTC on its role or philosophies. Please stick to architectural elements and character setting, sizing, and massing. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Ray, all in favor, say aye. Regular board?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner discussion, CLG, just an update on the MOU. I'll circulate through Holly the draft to review. It is the draft from
A while ago, right?
December 21. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles. There's some froofy stuff like dates of acts and specific legislation that it refers to that'll be added to it. Right now, we're just looking at the nuts and bolts. And if you guys would look at that for next week, we'll then take a vote on it. Moving on to consent. Does anyone need to recuse? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve consents.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Regular board, consent with conditions. Does anyone need to recuse?
I do.
Val? Joe, you'll sit? Okay. Any comments?
Ooh, I better, 8 Silver Street.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry about that. I think I'll recuse.
Okay.
Recuse or abstain?
Abstain.
You're already,
Sorry.
yeah, okay.
Okay. So it will be Joe and Connie. And do we have a motion for consent with conditions?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Oh, you're abstaining? I'm sorry, I activated someone.
That's okay.
Well, you good with us leaving Connie on?
Yes?
Okay.
Yeah, I know, I just want to vote against it.
Okay. Symbolic vote, no. Abby. Okay, old business. I got one to chair, Ray, you got two. Wait Drive. How come I get the difficult one?
It's the luck of the draw,
Joking,
Stephen.
joking.
Luck of the draw.
Okay, who do we have with us?
Probably online.
Parker.
Yes, hi.
Hey, Parker, good evening. I wanted to let you know Patrick did a really great job when he was here last time.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, my twin brother.
Why don't you walk us through it? And are you gonna drive?
Yep.
Okay, great. Go ahead and get started. The floor is yours.
So I just pulled up the notes. I'm sure you guys are familiar with them. I don't know if you want me to go back through them. Summarized by the chair at the end of the last meeting. Some comments with the freeze board, the front porch, side porch, elimination of the balusters, adjusting some of the roof pitches, some of the column spacing along the front, and then some of the window details and some of the skirting and fencing details. So I did add call-outs though throughout the plans. And then we did add some of the notations about the tree schedule on the site plan. So incorporating some of the comments on this front elevation rendering, freeze board added along the upper second floor below the roof fascia. They tied that detail in with the window headers. We adjusted the hip roof on the front portico to match the pitch of the main roof structure and also made that more predominant, adding some additional columns. We adjusted the windows on the upper elevation here. Instead of a 6/6, it's a 3/3. And again, removed the front balusters, adjusted the door detailing, and I can show you more as we continue to go through. Here's it from another elevation, again incorporating some of the lattice natural weather detailing. You can see the freeze board from another angle. This side porch, again, keeping the hips as originally designed, following the roof pitch lines, and again, removing the balusters from the first floor, leaving the code required handrail loops. Floor plan unchanged. Window schedule, door schedule were updated to reflect the smaller windows on that front elevation, and then the door, therma-true door with the lights as described in the last meeting. Roof plan was updated to incorporate the new pitches that we had shown. And then here are your elevations, again, denoting a lot of the changes that were made. You can really see how it kind of impacts the overall look on the front. Again, adjusting the pitch of this, making it more predominant so it's more identifiable, removing the balusters. We did have to add some handrails just because of the spacing of the stairs. You need handrails within a certain spacing to accommodate that. So we can keep, these are just a traditional style to match the stairs on the side of the elevation. But if you have any minor suggestions for how you'd like those to look, we can accommodate that. Moving on to the side elevation with this enlarged stair. The lattice will be weathered to finish. You can see a portion of this V-groove fence off to the side, also natural to weather. The detailing of the freeze board to the window headers, the flared corners, and again on the first floor, removing the balusters. They weren't required. Code required handrails for ADA compliance. On the rear here, it was really just denoting the change in material to that rear fence, V-groove, natural weather with a Type 2 cap. And on the opposite side, again, it's really just detailing the height of the flare got raised to above the beam. It created some space, a couple rows above the first floor window headers. And you can see the fence along the rear again. So that's the whole show. I believe we incorporated all the comments that were addressed to us. And I look for any comments from you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Parker. Let's see, who would like to begin?
Me.
Ray.
I only have two comments. One, my request for the beam underneath the porch applied not only to the front porch, but to the side porch. And I would say that would be true on both the first and the second floor.
Okay.
Sorry, what did
So-
you say?
Hold on, guys. There's a question here, Ray, of, can you clarify that for Abby?
Yeah. Okay, so previously, we did not have a beam that ran along the length of that front porch. So I requested, or the side porch, by the way. So I requested that there be a beam going in there, which was taken care of on the front porch, but not on the side porch, either on the second floor or on the first floor.
Okay.
So I'd like to see the beam go there as well. And the other question is, it appears that the window color is green. Is the sash color is green?
No, it's going to be all white.
Okay,
White
I
on
think that
white.
the white on the sash is fine, but I think that all these white doors, a little too much.
Yeah, I'm open to any.
Parker, hold on, we're gonna just kind of go through and do comments.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just, we got a really serious agenda in front of us like every Tuesday, so I want to try and keep the back and forth to a minimum, please. Ray, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
I'll go.
Joe and then Abby.
I agree with Ray's comments regarding the beams and the door. And the only other element that is disconcerting to me is this railing that you said that you need by code. If that's the case, I think it just needs to be a guardrail, and I think that you could have it match what you're using for the ramp, which would be more of like a lighter rail. Although I would encourage you to explore what would need to happen to eliminate that rail. It just feels odd floating there.
Are you talking about the small rail sections on each side of the stair on the side entry, or the handrail?
The main front entrance, those
Oh, understood.
two
Those two in a-
guardrails, I
Right here.
think if it's wider than 10 feet, you need an intermediate rail. But I'm not entirely sure. But those things, either they should return. Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah.
design at the table, but that.
Yeah,
those-
no, I think it was actually a
Parker?
smaller width than, sorry.
Parker, if you can just hold for a minute, make a note on that, and we'll come back to it, because I think you're going to get more comments, and then you can address them
Oh,
all.
understood.
Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Abby?
Yeah, just if we could go to the front of the building, I think the overhang of the eave looks a little shallow. I think if that was brought out a little bit, it would sit better. See how it looks like a really tight-fitting hat? I think it should, if it's really going shingle style, it should come out a little bit more. Do you see what I mean? This- I can't jump up there, but see that eave overhang?
Yeah.
It looks a little shallow. I think if it was, a real shingle style, it would be deeper. It looks like it doesn't quite fit. But I think the addition of the trellis on the fire stairs it makes a big difference, doesn't look so much like a tenement building. I also had the same question about the sashes, but those are white, and I think if they are white, the door should either go to dark green or black. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see. That leaves Val.
I have nothing to add except when we were talking about the eave band, didn't we mean that should incorporate with the window as opposed to being on top of the window? Ray?
I think the net of that discussion was that if it did cover the top of the window, that the frieze board would be very wide.
Yeah, tall.
It would be a foot or more high.
Yeah.
That's where I think that went.
That was my recollection, too. Okay, Parker, so I think balusters at the two-step locations, you're pretty certain you don't require balusters. Guardrail, I think I would give you a little pushback on at those same locations. With respect to the height, there's a height requirement or a number of steps, and it's actually a number of risers, and I don't think you trigger that threshold either, so I'd want to have that looked at. If the guardrail is required, sans balusters in the two-step locations, entries on the first floor into the structure, I would want to have the balusters removed and the handrail downsized a little bit. I think it just shows as quite wide. You are going to have a profile, the circumference and dimensions of the profile for the hand grip, and this looks like it's at least a little bit too large, if not significantly too large. It may just be that we're not seeing it in a detail, but at this point, it looks like it's at least 4 inches wide, and that needs to be significantly smaller from the building code side. So beam fascia at the porches, covered beam fascias at the side porch with the second floor. I agree with Ray. I think the trees are part of the package with respect to screening the overall mass, and any approval would require that that be noted. And I'm of the mind that these sash, I know you're saying they're white, and when I zoom in, I see them white, but I'm of the mind that this building is more appropriate and attractive with the Essex green and then Essex green on the doors.
Agree.
And I've got at least 1, 2,
I thought that's what
3.
it was.
You good with that? So we got unanimity on the colors. Other than that, I don't have anything, and really what it boils down to is the beam fascia at the side porch on the first floor, the front entries, first floor, eliminating the balusters, and to the extent possible, the guardrail posts and guardrails, incorporating the trees as screening as indicated on the site plan, and the sash and doors to be Essex green. Does anyone have any concerns
Did you
about?
want to extend the eaves, or what was the consensus?
Abby,
on
I'm
that?
concerned about that because, Parker, what Abby's talking about is at your hip roofs, extending the soffit, the depth of the soffit at the eaves, and what would happen is it will have to happen at all of them. And I don't know, I'll take it up with the rest of y'all, but it looks to me, interestingly enough, that in the rendering, and I think it has to do with the perspective, that they look a little wider and then in the two-dimensional drawing. What do you guys think? Is there anyone who feels they would like to see a deeper soffit around the building?
Well, that soffit right now has got to be 8 inches.
Yeah.
It's easier to see it on the front of the building, but if that's something nobody else wants to do, I'm fine.
Okay.
I think there's probably a motion through staff that summarizes what you just enumerated as concerns.
How about an Exhibit A? With those concerns addressed,
Yeah,
and I'll mark it up, or do you want to do it?
I can mark it up with the two renderings here, which are on a single page, I think would be easy to do.
Okay, that sounds good. Joe's made a motion to approve per Exhibit A referencing the items just stated. Let's see, Carrie's not on this, so it'll be, again, for the record, myself, Ray, Val, Abby, and Joe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Parker, job well done. We look forward to seeing this. And please don't forget about the trees.
Yes, no, of course not, of course not. And thank you all for the time. Appreciate all the constructive feedback to this process. It's been, you guys have been great, so thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. To
Yeah,
you.
that was part of the motion. I mean, part of the application was the tree
The
thing
site-
on the
yeah, I
site
think
plan.
we can incorporate that by reference
Yeah.
and make a requirement.
Okay, next up, 1826 Sparks. We have it as two applications. I think we all know why. We'll just, I think, review it all together, right?
You have all along, so it
Yeah.
makes more sense to do that.
Okay, so not that I need to reiterate the board, but myself, Stephen, Abby, Joe, and Connie. Okay, Linda, go ahead.
As requested, because we split the structures some time ago, I redid them and put two separate applications in, complete applications for each one. It represents pretty much what you guys have seen already, but just for processing purposes, we split them. I believe one of the biggest issues from the last time from Joe was that we do a scan, and we did the scan from the rotary down to the sea grill with relative heights as well as grade changes. And Anton Demock did that, and his program worked with George Berg's, the architect's program, and they integrated the two. So it should be pretty representative of what you were asking for. And George will continue with the scan. Holly has the thing for it.
Great, thank you. As Linda had mentioned, the packages have been split into two. We're calling the larger building, Building A, closest to house fitters, and the smaller building, Building B, closest to Cumberland Farms. So there's two separate complete packages. There are some commonalities in there. The model that's on the screen right now is the previous movie, but as requested, what we did was we had a scan taken of Sparks Ave. There's a document in all of your kits, A001, which is essentially a streetscape view of each side of
Fiona?
the.
Could you please bring up, what was the sheet?
it-
Oh, you're doing it? All right.
So the scale on this is a little bit of a challenge. We have over 800, almost 900 linear feet, but essentially this is a scan of the 18 to 26 Sparks Ave side from essentially the Rotary all the way up to the auto body shop. The lower scan is the opposite side of the street with Stop and Shop and the fire department to the right, the parking lot, which is the large gap there, then the gas station, and then the Sea Grill to the left. And then there is a cross-section at the bottom of that that basically is just before Stop and Shop. So we're looking at Stop and Shop there, and then what would be the west facade of Building B, which is closest to Stop and Shop. So out of that frame is Cumbies. So the way we did this is that, as Linda mentioned, we had Anton did over, I think, 55 point scans from the Rotary all the way up to the Sea Grill. And then the way that process works is he stitches that together and puts together what they call a digital cloud to scale, to actual scale. We then take that in our drawing program and draw the buildings to scale. It does provide us with imagery closer, similar to what you would see from Google Streets or Google Maps that's available for us. So we did, and it literally captures everything down to the wires hanging from the utility poles. So we have a lot of information to work with. Just for a point of reference, the heavy line that you see beneath each is effectively the center of Sparks Ave, which is obviously consistent with both sides of the street. So we thought that for the drawing purposes, that would be the best reference point, because as you know, some of the buildings are a little bit higher and a little bit lower, and then Sparks Ave does sort of grade upwards towards the school and the hospital. So there's a chart in the lower right-hand corner of this. You also asked this for relative ridge heights. So what we did was we created a chart. Each one of these buildings, you'll notice that there's a number above them. That Crawford, there they are, right there. So those ridge heights are actually ridge heights from the buildings at grade. So we thought that was what we were asked to do, so we're providing that. But for reference purposes on not only the section, but also the streetscapes, the center of the road is consistent. It's something that everybody can judge and agree to. So that's this drawing. There is a second drawing that we put in here that was born out of the point clouds, A002. So all along, we've been providing 3D imagery in the movies that we've been seeing. But what we were able to do is take specific images at 3 specific spots. And what that is it's a digital image. So each one of these point cloud scans, it's A002, so it would be one of the bundles. If you open up building B, should be in there. Sorry. There it is right there. So I previously mentioned this is a similar technology to what Google uses when they do Google Maps. But what we were able to do is, for drawing purposes, we get literally 1 million points of light in the images, but it also does provide photographic imagery to scale. So the top picture there is looking from just beyond House Fitters, heading up west on Sparks Ave towards the high school. Just out of the frame on the right-hand side would be Stop and Shop, and the firehouse would probably be closest to us. Oh, nope. Oh, no. Huh. Oh, it would be one more back. They have a poltergeist. If you can see on your screens, and it'll be much clearer up above there, the other 2 images are coming down Sparks Ave from the Sea Grill. We took an image that was further away, and then an image that was much closer, right in front of, essentially in front of Cumberland Farms. And again, what I'd like to point out is those digital images are part of the point cloud, so they're to scale. And from that, we're able to then drop our model in. Our new buildings obviously don't exist. So when those go in, we can color match them. And again, you can see on the imagery and on the context drawing A001 that the finishes, again, they're visual images, but our intent is obviously to use all the natural colors that you would normally see in that neighborhood. The third drawing that's in everybody's package, and it looks like the computer's not going to cooperate, are roof plans for each one of the buildings. So each respective building has a roof plan in there. I want to reiterate, just to be clear, there never has been, and nor is there now, any plans for roof decks. But that was missing from the drawing, and that was pointed out by the commission last time, so we put those drawings into the sets. So other than that, the other drawings are essentially the same that we've been looking at. Oh, there you go. So that's an image a little further up Sparks Ave, the entrance to the Stop and Shop. You can see there is on the left. You can see the loading dock with the Stop and Shop trailers in there on the left-hand side. And then obviously Cumbies is on the right-hand side. The utility pole exists there. We intend to bury the utilities in front and get rid of the utility poles in front of our building. But what you're looking at first there is Building B, and then in the distance, Building A, and then further on down the street, House Fitters. This is a closer shot progressing down. This is essentially in the entrance to the Stop and Shop. You can see Cumberland Farms, and then a distance away there again is Building B, and then further on down the street is Building A, and then this is at the other end. This is in front of House Fitters. The fire department would be just out of the frame on the right-hand side. We're looking at the east side of Building A. You can see Building B in the distance, and then further on down the street contextually, Cumberland Farms. So that's the information in your packets that's new. There's a sheet that has each one of these images. There's the sheet that has the context for each side of Sparks Ave, again, relative to the center of Sparks Ave. But the ridge height chart on the right-hand side is the actual ridges measured from the building at grade to the highest ridge, and then the roof plans in each one of the packages. The only other thing that I would like to mention, if the board sees fit to make a motion on this project, is we do think that there are some alternatives for roofing materials, different colors. They're currently both listed as Georgetown gray. But we do think there are options within the approved color palette, and we'd like to reserve the right to study that and perhaps review that through staff. So that's just something I'd like to make sure, if there is a motion made tonight, that was included.
Let me make sure I understood what you just said. You have.
That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
So George, your application has a certain type of roof shingle on it. When we move to approve this, that's what we would be approving.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to change the roof color, you come back.
No, I think that's perfectly fine. We just wanted to point out if that became, we've been talking about distinctions between the two buildings or making them distinct, right?
So you're just offering that up as like a.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right.
We think
But
there
I
might,
mean, if there's no discussion about roof shingles, it will be what's approved on that.
That's fine.
Or what's written down on the application.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. Anything else, George?
No, not at this time. I'll wait for comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just emphasize that the applicants have been responsive to the last request by the commission. And two, in lieu of not having Mr. Cohen here, and I know he represents the applicant, but I think it's fair to mention he talked about the fact that You all have mentioned about the landscaping, the hardscaping mechanisms being something that you want to have part of the approval package. And he mentioned that that is something that will have to go back to the planning board as far as the revised to the MCD. And he mentioned that there's something that staff could help support. So basically, I wanted to lay it out that should the board be so inclined to approve this evening, I would also request that the board, attach that request to have staff follow up with planning staff on the hardscaping and landscaping, as you all see on these plans, that's what you want to see. So therefore, want to make sure that continues on with the MCD. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Val, were you going to speak? Anyone else besides Val speaking on this before it goes to the board, just so I know? You are, okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Val Oliver speaking as a resident of the island and the area. So true to the last meeting end, there were not significant changes made, just detail stuff, because they did announce they weren't going to change any massing. So I think that's something to consider. I appreciate the 3D scans a lot. That really helps. And what it really did for me was put into perspective what's there and what is going to be there. And that really solidified for me personally that the buildings need to have a smaller stature. It's true Mid-Island patterns are evolving, but there's also an established neighborhood. And that used to be residential structures. It's not anymore. And I understand that this is the area that's supposed to be infilled, but at the same time, I still think that we need to be mindful of what's there as opposed to just throwing it out and saying, it was terrible anyway, so this is going to be better. What I appreciate about this project is it has come a long way from 2021, when I talked to Chris in February of 2021. It's gone volumes from there to where it is now. I still think it needs to be finessed some more, but I do appreciate that leap. Larger structures shown to us in different photos and scenarios are in the area, but those are more municipal types, not this mixed residential commercial vernacular that they have the ability to drive the bus on this. This is where people are going to go. They're going to say, this got approved, it looks great, here we're going to go, next project's going to come along. So I think in light of that, it needs to be scrutinized very carefully. I appreciate that we're going to have this new exciting plaza to do things in, but I still really don't want to give up the small town quality that's important to Nantucket, and I want to keep in mind keeping some of that is very important as opposed to commercial uniformity. I'll skip over the height things because we all know about that. I do really still believe that it needs to be divided up into more structures to lessen its impact. Use some one-story masses, 1.5-story masses to make it look more traditional with additive massing. And, I know this isn't your purview, but cars are a huge issue for me. It's interesting that, and it's not just them. Anybody who shows us a 3D drawing, there's 3 cars. I want to see the realistic picture. So in closing, I would just say I hope my fellow HDC commissioners don't feel that they're pressured to approve this if it is not right. You all had reservations at the end of the last meeting, and I think those need to be satisfied. For those of you swayed by housing components, I would just think long and hard about that. If we continue to overlook our guidelines to accommodate someone's building program, then there's no point to having an HDC. We don't allow solar panels on the front of a building because they're not part of the historic character and setting, although they do have a purported benefit. So we don't need to lose our long-held values to approve all forms of housing either. Ultimately, like all projects before us, we're elected to uphold the town residents' desire to keep our historic gem intact and what we all love. So thank you for letting me give my thoughts in a sensible and constructive, I hope, way. That is my intent. And I would just lastly appeal to the developers and say, please continue to work with the HDC until you have it right. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Sir, your turn.
My name is Graydon Ambrose. I know some of you here. I'm speaking as an island resident. I've been here for over 30 years. My children were born in the Nantucket Cottage Hospital. As a member of the Nantucket Ice Rink Board, formed a founding member of the Nantucket Club High School team and operated as the head coach until it was given to the high school. My point being that is not to congratulate myself, except for the fact that the community and the children and the youth, and as an inhabitant of this island, I could just attest to the value that I think that this project is bringing. So understanding, I'm also a realtor, understanding the CMI zoning and looking at what I know, more limited than everybody else here knows, is that it's abided by the constraints and is well within the CMI restraints of the zoning area, and now comes back to the HDC. So everybody's looking towards the HDC for the approval. And just as I was looking today, I just read this just to brush up on some things and not to be redundant, with all due respect. I just said, this was the mission statement, which everybody should know, because all of us as Nantucket residents, we love this island the way it is. We fear change. We rely on the planning board and the HDC to make the decisions to keep this island such a special place for everybody. And the mission statement, which kind of was resounding to me and stuck out, was to promote the general welfare of the inhabitants of the town of Nantucket through the preservation and protection of historic buildings, places, and districts, historic interests through the development of an appropriate setting of these buildings, places, and districts through the benefits resulting to the economy of Nantucket in developing and maintaining its vacation travel industry through the promotion of these historic associations. So, as a resident, understanding we've got some really great places for people to go to, adults and children both alike. We've got the Whaling Museum, we've got the Athenaeum, we've got Brian Mitchell facilities, we've got bike paths, beaches. There's still a lack of areas to gather for everybody year round. And I think what this does is it provides a healthy alternative for everybody that's an inhabitant of Nantucket, in a way so that disperses traffic from downtown. We've got traffic all over the island. I live in the area. And my fear is that any type of restriction or limitation on what the current structure is would limit the ability to have the 32. We've got such a need for the year-round housing that's available. We've got a bowling alley, which is going to be, I think, amazing to the community, my kids and their friends. In fact, until I heard Ms. Oliver speak, I haven't heard of anybody that's opposed the project. So I was just here to advocate for the project in the scale in which it's at, which is compliant for the planning board. So as the HDC, and we put our faith in you to be able to approve something like this, which I think will be a tremendous asset to the community. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Graydon. Anyone else?
John Phones, 126 Somerset Road, resident. Just wondering why it has to be so long and 3 stories. And when we were kids, we bowled on rainy days, that was it. But really, it just seems kind of big and tall. There's really not, it's a lot bigger than the Stop and Shop. So I think it could be toned down and still have the place there, and I don't think you take the bowling alley away or things away. And did you ever solve the parking, is my question? Or is that just a planning thing?
Planning.
Yeah, because they said that I don't know, was there 60 apartments? Does anyone know? 50? 32 apartments? But they're 2 bedrooms? Right, so it's gonna be 4 cars per, for sure. And you need extra spots. So if you took away some of the building, maybe you could get more parking. And it's as busy out there as it is in town, so that's all my thought is. And the HTC's job is to just control this a little bit, that's all, which you've done. It looks a lot better, I think. But could just maybe take a little height off some of it to maybe not look it so bad, I don't know. But it is long. He was even explaining his picture on how, there's so many lineal feet to show. So that's all my opinion is.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else?
Angus McLeod speaking as a resident. It has come a long way, but the concerns of height and the 3 stories, dormers along the front on the 3rd floor really haven't been addressed, and that's still a concern. I think that makes the biggest difference. There are structures that this is rivaling the tallest of structures, but the ones that are of this height don't really have the fenestration to indicate full use of 3rd story. So I think that there are ways of making this work without having so many dormers and dormers along Sparks Ave. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Anyone else? Okay, we'll put it over to the board then. Board members, I know you know who you are. I'd like to hear from one of you.
I can start if you
Okay,
want.
Abby. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say that I am in favor of doing something for the community, and what my points that I'm going to make, I think this project could do well for the community. It's just the scale of it. So my points are the massing should relate more to the, like the house fitter, that building right there, house fitters, and the Cumbies on the other side of it. Right now, the massing is overwhelming. The height at 36 feet on the north and 33 feet overall, again, it's out of scale. I think the 3 dormers, the 3 dormers, yeah, the 3 dormers on Sparks Ave makes the building seem even larger because it draws your eye up to the 3rd floor. The streetscape and all the cars, traffic, and parking that go with it, including the parking lot. I mean, I know Stop and Shop has a huge parking lot, but we go to the Stop and Shop for food. This is a development with multi-use, but that's an awful lot of parking and an awful lot of cars, and that goes along with eventually streetscape. The back and the east abuts residential properties of ranch-style homes. This will be highly incongruous with the immediate neighborhood. It's a nice design, but I see this more at the Cape Cod Mall rather than on Nantucket. So in a nutshell, I think it still needs to be pared down. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Stephen.
Can we go to the landscape plan, please? Actually, can we go back to that? That's perfect. That'll address it. So,
You can pause that, Holly, anywhere. Probably too far down.
I just wanted to point out the landscape elements, I think, are integral to the design, and in particular, the trees with respect to screening, visual mitigation of some of the masses. I'm not suggesting it's successful, but it is an important element, and I believe that if, or I should say when this is approved, it is the street trees as shown. Noting that they're oversized, you're probably not going to be putting in a 12-inch diameter tree out of the gate, right?
It's not likely, but we are working with our arborist and landscape architect to figure out what size trees we think are viable to get over here and get in the ground from the start.
Yeah, you can easily put in a 4.5, 5-inch caliper tree without
Yeah.
question.
Speed of growth is what we're looking at as well,
Yeah,
though.
probably, what you're gonna find is that they're gonna average the same, and the operative aspect of it is irrigation and fertilization. Trust me on that. I've done a lot of work on trees. So my point being that the bigger the trees, the better. Obviously, it's gonna come down to you guys to select trees that are gonna be successful in these locations. An outward lateral tree is not gonna be as good as what's shown. So that's it on the landscaping. A couple quick things. So this application isn't about bowling, it's not about apartments, it's not about puppies or kittens or unicorns or any of those things. It's not about use. It's about architectural elements that are in keeping with the historic character of the island and the local character and setting in the specific area. So I just want to be clear about that. The other thing I want to be clear about is zoning. John McLaughlin used to say that zoning can allow a skyscraper, but that doesn't mean the HDC has to. And I think that those are important considerations. Another one from John was that most of the identity of Nantucket architecture is its roof planes, because it's what we see primarily, and it's what our eyes are drawn to and attracted to in some regards. So those are just some foundational elements. The last thing, it's not a quip, but I think it actually summarizes this. This isn't, to my mind, infill with respect to the character and setting in the area, which I'll elaborate on in a moment. This is not infill, it's overfill. I think aside from removing the connector, which is actually a minimal modification, and some height mods, and some changes to some dormers, I know, having looked back, that over the last 4, perhaps including this one, 5 applications, the drawings have not changed significantly. They have not changed in a material fashion. So I don't want to perpetuate that concept. Let's see. Trees. I think we go to number 2 of sheet A001, which is the middle left, lower left. It's the street side looking north. Uh, 001. There you go. So can we zoom in on the number? Actually, you can pick one. We can start at, why don't we start at the top? Can you make the top elevation a little bit, streetscape a little bit larger? Yeah, well, I think, it's large enough that we can see it from where we are, and it's on the screen. If we can zoom in a little bit at some point, that'd be great. To me, this is a homogeneous built structure. And I don't think I know that that's not appropriate given context of in-town development, out-of-town commercial development, along the borders and further out, unless, of course, I'll wait till we get the image back up. Yeah, let's just freeze it because it's better to have something than nothing. I'll wait.
Is it just overloaded?
No, it's not. Yeah, go ahead, zoom out, Holly, because it's, I mean, this image is great because it shows how these structures in the upper left have their own identity. It shows how number 3, which is actually 3 and 4, by the way, I appreciate the fact that the connector space is, the open space between them is as large as it is, but it doesn't change the fact that this reads as a homogeneous development. Can we zoom out? And homogeneous and terribly out of scale for the area if you look left to right. There's a huge discrepancy in the massing of these structures. That translates down the same points to the next set, which is the streetscape looking north, which is the number 2, which is the middle streetscape. Again, individualized structures, their own character, which could have been extended, carried forth into having structures in closer proximity and still maintaining their identity. And then you have an essential services structure. And to my mind, the only, this isn't the old historic district, but the only structures with character of having a large homogeneous footprint are essential services structures. Police, fire, obviously the old Stop and Shop, back when it was the finest, downtown, the A&P building. Those are the types of developments that I think an exception has to be made for in order to be viable. This is not an essential services structure, not even primarily. So if you juxtapose now number 2 of these very small, these relatively small in character and setting buildings on the left against the Stop and Shop, and then you come down to number 3, which is at the bottom lower left, and you see that although the Stop and Shop is wide and spread out, and what that does given landscaping and the way that obviously our eyes work and take in information, we're not accessing that as one large mass. It's large, but this structure, it appears to me to be, because it is not as wide as the Stop and Shop, is well oversized, and I think it's going to be perceived as such. Those comments are consistent with comments I made all along. Obviously, you can tell that I think that this is inappropriate, and if the roof shingles item is on the table, which I think it should be, at least for the separate building, then I think it would be appropriate to see a rendering of that. I don't know that if you all decide to approve these structures that you need to see the rendering to approve the structure, but I would ask that another application comes in with a roof coloring and a rendering to show what this will look like on a streetscape. It may turn out to be a good idea in concept, but a poor idea in execution, or it could be that it really makes a difference, and I think it's worthwhile to see a imagery of that. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Okay, Connie Joseph.
I'll go. I appreciate you guys doing all this work to give us the streetscape and the cross sections. That's helpful. Not surprising, in my opinion, what this looks like as a section or a streetscape. I don't think any of us is surprised that these buildings are taller than the context that's adjacent to it. One thing that jumped out to me as a positive was, I mean, the parking that's here actually does give you a buffer to adjacent structures so that you're not right up against other structures on the street. But I think the biggest thing for me is that this is really an exercise in perspective, literally. The streetscapes, and I think accurately depict how you'll experience this, most people will experience this. We're not going to be looking at a longitudinal section. We're not going to be looking at it, the length of the street in one direction. It's not a static experience. It's a very, you're moving across this thing. And these perspectives, I think, illustrate that this, while it is taller, I do think that the scale isn't completely incongruent with the context that's there. That said, the dormers, I count 8 dormers that face the street when you look at this in elevation, 2 of which are on the piece that's pushed back. So we have 6 dormers that are towards the street. Your street perspectives certainly reinforce one of the first moves that we asked for and which you made was to not have the gable forward and to reverse the roof direction on this. So that, I think, is, I know that's not up for debate, but it certainly is clarified pretty clearly in this, that was the right move. I mean, somewhere along the line, I was hoping that we would see a reduction in the shed dormers. Either they were squeezed and got narrower, or maybe they got cut from 6 down to 4 so that the roof plane isn't filled up with these dormers across there. I still think that that's probably worth looking at. I think the only way these buildings are going to be on par with, if you look at this two-dimensionally, with the neighboring context is if the 3rd floor goes away altogether. And I don't think that, that's not a request I would make. But I do think that simplifying the dormers would be a positive move. Yeah, well, at one point, you look at the dormers, how high the shingle space is below the dormer relative to the roof, which suggests to me that the dormers could get pushed back on the roof plane. It would, yes, it would make the room smaller on the interior, but they wouldn't have such a tall face. And the cheek wall in this perspective that we're looking at is substantial. And when you look at it in perspective, it does obliterate that main roof plane. So I think that the dormer sizes could have been finessed in both directions, left to right and shift back, without a whole scale changing of the 3rd floor program. Because they are overwhelming on these elevations.
On the street side.
On the street side, yeah.
Anything else?
No, those are my comments.
Okay, Connie?
First, I want to say thank you. I appreciate the streetscape and the 3D. I was able to look at it before I came here tonight. And I know what's there, but I was pretty taken by the difference in the buildings, you know, from the auto body to Cumberland's to Stop and Shop. But I think this put it in a perspective for me. I understand, you know, we're not looking at a bowling alley or apartments or grocery stores, and we're just looking at the building itself architecturally. And I do think that it's appealing. It looks nice the way you have it. My only hesitation, and you know, I'm gonna echo what's been said, are the dormers facing Sparks Avenue. I honestly don't have a solution, but you know, I just think that, you know, and everyone said it, it's come a long way. And I do see that it's 36 feet. It is the tallest in the area, you know, by 6 inches over, I think, was it House Fitters or one of the other buildings. I did look at the different floors, you know, and I think one was 9 feet, one was 8, the top floor was 8 feet, so maybe that's the need for the dormers. But, you know, all of that being said, I don't have much of an issue with what's being presented. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. So I agree on the dormer issue, particularly with these perspectives. There's no doubt that this is going to be a large building or buildings. And I'm sitting here wondering like how much is enough? And I said it last week or whenever it was the last time that we met, that with something of this magnitude, I don't want to be a tie-breaking vote. It sounds like even the people that are in favor might have some issues and concerns with the dormers. I think that, there's clearly things that can be done to make this feel less massive. They've all been spoken numerous times. And I don't want to have a split vote. I don't want a bifurcated vote. So I think where we are, folks, as much as I hate to say it, is I think we're asking for more revisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I?
Well, I know you guys are certainly there.
Can I make one other comment?
Stephen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that sentiment and what you're trying to accomplish, and I think it's probably important for the community. I just wanted to clarify something when I said about zoning bowling restaurants or any other use. The point was to emphasize the point I believe Ms. Oliver made, which is if the HDC, and this isn't a comment to the board, this is a comment for general public consumption on how we operate. If the HDC is going to start the slippery slope of making decisions based upon use, as Ms. Oliver said, there's no sense for us to be here, literally, because that's not what our role is. And it will be the emergency or need of the day, year, or decade that we start to determine architectural elements and features and character and setting by. And that's not what the basis of the historical norm was. The historical norm are structures that are individualized, of individualized scale, that were designed individually, and that is the identity of Nantucket, whereas this is a structure that someone likened to being perhaps over on the Cape to its homogeneous nature. So I don't want to beat that to death, but I do want to be clear in what my intention was. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thanks,
And
Stephen.
with that, a motion to hold for revisions.
Mr.
Hang on,
Chair, may I-
I'm going to allow,
Yeah,
obviously,
please.
some
Yeah,
parting
through you,
yeah.
may I just address a couple of comments,
Please,
and then I'll let
please
the
do.
clients.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
I think it's pretty clear that short of reducing the size of the building, taking the third floor off, 2 out of the 5 members that are sitting on this are probably not likely to approve any kind of a revision. I'm just speculating now. We've been through numerous versions where we had gable dormers facing, which would help. We had actual gables facing the street, which would help, but we were asked to turn that pretty clearly. So I guess we're looking for some direction, because the dormers could probably be pushed back a little bit, but not substantially, without significantly affecting all the residential units are on that side. And I know, we're not thinking about bowling alleys, supermarkets, kittens and dolphins, or whatever it was. You're not thinking about the interior, but we do have to think about the spaces that are being created in there. And I know that's not the HDC's problem, really. That's our problem. But at the end of the day, we would hope to get to something that's approvable by the HDC, but also reasonably occupiable by people who may live in those units. So, again, short of going back to either gable-style dormers or hip-style dormers, like are up the street at the hospital or things like that, to try to soften those roof lines, and Joe, to address the size of the cheek walls, or turning the gables forward like we did on the right-hand side of the A building. There aren't very many options. I mean, we've got the building height, and the sections show it on the roof plans about as low as we can from a floor-to-floor height. So, I'm not sure that we're ever going to get to a situation where there's not going to be a bifurcated vote on this. That's just my speculation. I would hope that we could come up with an agreement, and we're certainly willing to work with the HDC, as we always have been. So that being said, with regard to the comments on renderings about shingles, our preference is, and as an architect, and I know you can appreciate this, is that we go for mock-ups, and I'm not suggesting that we're gonna mock up things, but rendering colors is really kind of a futile effort. Looking at actual paint drawdowns, which we intend to do, potentially going to staff and looking at approved shingles, approvable shingles that are appropriate for the different color of the trim, is a better approach. Coming back here with a rendering and saying, well, we think it's this color, it's subjective. And, it's very difficult to recreate that, particularly in the setting. We're looking at a screen that's a projector, and you're looking at your iPad.
So George, we've been through this enough as board members to know that if we see a photograph of a paint color, it rarely is at all accurate.
Right.
So I think Stephen's intention was to, maybe it's samples or something like that, where you just have a mock-up of,
Right.
The trim color and the roof shingle color.
Roof shingles are fine. We're not proposing to change. What we've proposed to change, I'm sorry to interrupt, I should ask.
No,
We're just talking about an option on the roof. Right now, it could go. It's not going to be the end of the world, but if there's something to help differentiate the building in some way from the larger building or vice versa, then we want to explore that. We don't want to just throw it out.
got it.
Can I
Okay.
make this easier?
Okay.
'Cause
Hang on. Was that the extent of your comment?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
go, Stephen.
I was reading, he was done. Look, whether I, vote yes or no on this, I want to see, I believe that a color change between building A and building B is appropriate. Or there's a strong potential that it's appropriate. I also understand color theory, computer generation, all that stuff. We have a pretty good idea. What we're looking for are a semi-photorealistic, as you've illustrated already, with the colors drawn into your CAD program. These things can be photo-generated to hyper-realistic levels, not asking for that do show appropriately colors or closely enough that even on different monitors, standardized monitors, you have a very good indication of what you're looking at. I think it's important that that color change be represented. I think it's important that it be, reasonably shown in the illustration. And I think that, I will say for your information, George, the HDC is not the planning board. Decisions are made under the statute, the act, by the HDC. So whatever happens with roof color, it would come back to the HDC to make a determination.
Understood.
Thank you.
Quickly, Val.
Very quick comment. What has not been changed over the course of time is the program. It can change. You can have a few less units, and that could make a difference, not having to have dormers or whatever. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay,
That's-
thanks.
I just,
Okay, really briefly.
yeah, I just wanted to say sort of the same thing, that what I'm not seeing is change in massing and scale. And those things haven't changed for me. And I think we started out by some of us saying in the very beginning that we wanted 3 buildings. And so now we have these 2 mammoth sites, so.
I'm going to make a motion to hold for revisions to include color differentiation of the roof planes, and you're going to go through the effort. Well, clearly, it's going to be held for revisions as it is, based on the chair's comments. If you're going to go through the effort, which I believe is appropriate, I'd like to see a couple of options on roof shingles and some illustrations. And we have sample boards, but the sample boards could be brought in from over in the Plus building.
Yeah.
And I think that would probably be productive. And you're going to be spending some time on this in any event. It's not like it's going to come back at next week's meeting. So I'd suggest that would be the revisions. It's a long motion.
Okay, and that is for both of these applications, right?
Correct.
Okay. Everyone's present in the room. All those in favor of Stephen's?
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Yes.
through you. That was, that was fairly narrow, if I may. Would you entertain, options on the dormers? We need to maintain space up there, that's for sure, by code. Daylight, windows, egress, the whole thing. So there was no
You
mention of the
mean,
dormers,
would we
but it was
review
fairly strong.
options for that?
Well, I mean, our options, again, are going to be fairly limited. To soften the sheds, we need windows on that side of the building. And we've brought the roof line down to a point where the eave lines, the actual eave line, which is really what your eye looks at as you're walking down and driving down the street. You're not walking down the street and saying, man, that's a high ridge. But we've brought that down to a point that dormers are really the only option on that side. It affects probably six or seven
Right.
living units on the third floor. So,
The answer is yes. We love seeing options.
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned dormer, like a couple of options. One was removing, I think these are minor, probably, they're not gonna sway other board members potentially, but they don't need corner boards, in my opinion. Some of them are 10 feet wide or 10 foot 8. I think they could come in a little bit. The net would be, I mean, if each one of those dormers got a foot smaller, I'm not saying they should, the space between them increases and you start to see more of the roof plane. And if the eave line of those dormers stayed the same, but they went back a little bit, you're going to diminish the cheek wall, and I think it'll change the way the perspective looks. The other option is that, does 3 dormers become 1 dormer in the middle? And maybe it actually works better for you spatially.
That would be tough, I think.
I think that would be difficult, yeah, but options would be fine. And as far as the color goes, I think we were split on whether or not this should all be the same color on both buildings, but I'd be fine if Building B was different than Building A.
the application.
Well, I mean, more dramatically different,
sorry.
yeah. Anyway, those are right.
The
I don't think gable dormers are the right way to go, in my opinion.
Definitely not.
I would support that. So, as a designer, I'm looking for your feedback, not asking you to design it, but the shed dormers aren't working. We've shown single larger dormers and that didn't work. I think originally we had gables turned, so, we need to figure it out.
Well, okay, I don't want to put too fine a point on this, but what Joe just described is still shed dormers, just reduced in size.
Correct. I understood.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to go back to my motion.
Okay, yeah, there is a motion on the table.
Motion for revisions with options and to include roof color options with illustrations.
That's the
And that's
motion.
for A and B, both
Correct.
buildings.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we're going to take a 7-minute break.
Is it, really, is it pizza time?
Yeah, and we're on to new business 514.
7 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Jason just texted me to say he's on Zoom. You're aware?
Okay, yeah, I move to move this to consent.
You want me to just motion? All right. You know, can I, Joe's missing. Abby's missing.
Joe's coming back, Connie's here. We can
Okay.
open it. It's new application, right? So we're going to get our business back in order, kickstarting with 5 new business of 514, 19 Austin Lock. And is Jason here?
Can I save perhaps a little bit of time?
Yes.
Make up a little bit of lost time here?
Please, Ray.
You know, I've reviewed this, and this is, I would move to approve this
I would just say,
without even hearing from the applicant.
I would just say that I reviewed it also, and I would move to approve this. So the board is going to be regular members, Sons, Abby, and Joe.
I reviewed this too, so
Do you have a motion?
I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. That moves us to 88 Pocomo, and Ray is chairing this one. And the next one.
And Stephen? Okay. Okay, Matthew, me, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe. Ready?
I am.
Here we go. Okay, so you've seen this recently. The previous iteration had metal roofs at all the one-story elements. We had some flat roof elements, and we had some fairly ornate eave returns, if you will, with gutter returns. And so some of the feedback was to remove some of the more neoclassical elements, which we've done, and just gone with a plumb cut rake. We've also eliminated all the metal roofs. Anywhere we had a flat roof, we've eliminated that and dramatically reduced any or a significant amount of second floor deck space. We've also changed the color to gray with Essex green sash and shutters. So we've provided these renderings for your review. I'll scroll through really quickly. This is the rear elevation. So all these renderings are taken as if you're on the property standing in front of the structure, but I just wanted to give you a sense of the massing and the revised exterior trim details. So in the rear, if you recall, we had a really large second floor deck with this railing detail. We've really eliminated that and integrated a pergola and adjusted the massing wherever we could to drop the plate heights, keep the height low as possible. This is the side elevation. Again, this roof here used to be a flat roof with a metal copper roof. Omitted that. This is the other side of the house. Same thing. This whole roof section was a flat roof with this railing detail running the entire span, which we've omitted. This is just another view of the rear. Again, these are all taken as if you were on the property, which you wouldn't be if you were, visiting it or viewing it from a public way. Again, another shot of the front elevation. And then we've also done some clay models, schematics, just to show the relationship of this structure with the existing structures to the left and right of it. Hopefully these are helpful, just to give you a sense of scale. Again, we worked really hard to drop the height as much as possible. I think it is fairly successful. When you look at the house adjacent structure next door with the gambrel roofs and the roof walk, which, we're not proposing a roof walk, but there is a certain verticality to the house next door, and I think that this structure complements that pretty well. And another clay massing study. And again, our trim color is gray, where the adjacent houses are predominantly white trim. So hopefully that's something that the board appreciates. Again, this is a color study where our proposed building is rendered, and we have all the adjacent structures. And the final image on the lower level is visibility from the water. So I don't think a lot of the structure is going to be visible from a public way, but having said that, what portions you do see, or if you did see it in its entirety, I think it's completely appropriate. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody want to speak on this?
We did have a butters comments, Mr. Chair, and I know they're here this evening. I'm not too sure if they want to speak, but you all did receive an email forwarded on from them.
And are they going to speak on it? If someone wants to speak on this application, they should unmute, because otherwise I'll move along to the board.
Yeah, hi, it's Graham Goldsmith speaking.
Hi.
Hi there. Yeah, I guess, our concern has been, it's been 2 years of construction. We're looking at another 2 years of construction. And it just seems like it's
Hey, Graham.
kind of a waste. Yeah.
Graham. I feel your pain, but the construction process isn't really part of our review process.
Okay, well, I just think that the impact of tearing down a building that's already there, I mean, how many more buildings are we going to tear down in this neighborhood? It just goes on and on and on. And
Okay, again, what we're here to do is review this application for its architectural merits.
well, I guess the question goes back then. When in the 120 houses I've done on the island, I've never seen a situation where you could fill 8 feet of fill. This is what happened in the first go around with this. They brought in truckload after truckload after truckload of fill, and they filled the thing up high. And then they said, okay, here's our existing grade. And I just wonder if that isn't a consideration. I suppose now it's already up there. We kind of lived through that critique and got a perfectly good house there. It just seems kind of over the top to continue, kind of a waste, I guess, if it's not part of your purview. But I just think it's out of control, the amount of stuff that's getting ripped down and rebuilt. And, we may have to deal with this a different way, but.
Well, as someone who lives here and is watching the landfill grow, as a citizen, I agree with you, but we're here to talk about the architecture. Okay, thank you for your comments. Should I put it over to the board now?
Can I ask a general question?
Yeah.
About the application?
Yeah.
Thank you. The trim says white and the sash says white, but didn't you just say it was Essex Green Gray?
I think that's the original
Oh,
application,
okay.
so.
Am I on the wrong one?
It's possible that it hasn't been updated, but we are proposing gray.
Right, yeah, because, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm that.
I just wondering what your thoughts are on that. Yeah. Okay. Matt, I'm going to start off on a good foot and thank you for the podium. I was here for planning board the other night. It was well used. CPC this morning. I think that thing gets the most use in this building.
I actually have another one. I mistakenly bought 2.
Nice. Good spot for it.
It's in my car, so.
And now I not intentionally, but, Graham Goldsmith's comments occurred to me, and I think out of fair and evenness in terms of diligence, this existing building is defined as a structure, and as such, I think you need to come in for a demo.
I don't think I do.
I would like to get some clarification on that.
So I think that you've all worked on many projects. This is not a completed structure. It's a revision.
It's a what?
It's a revision.
Has an open permit and
It's an open
being
permit.
amended.
I'm sure you've all worked on projects where you've made significant changes during construction.
Is the
some
foundation
cases-
on this structure remaining intact?
No.
Yeah, I think it's a demo. I take no pleasure bringing that up, but this has come into recent focus, and
So you've never, nobody on this board has ever worked on a project that has been demolished while it's an open permit, recited, redesigned?
I don't believe so. I certainly haven't. And I mean, that would be akin to like leaving up, and I'm not being facetious or sarcastic, but leaving up a couple of corner boards and saying it's not a demo. Like, this is a structure that exists under the definition of my understanding, under the definition of structure under the act, not under zoning. And as such, it requires a demo permit. Now, I would be happy to be wrong in the sense that I'm not looking to be an obstacle here, but in the sense that this is,
We're happy to
very large
go the
structure.
legal route with that. If you want, we get a legal opinion, but it seems a
Yeah.
little disappointing that to get to this point and to raise that issue, and I disagree. I'm sorry, Val, with
Go
all
ahead.
due respect, I don't appreciate, we're trying to operate in a professional, constructive manner. Those kinds of comments don't help. We're trying to focus on getting this approved.
I'm sorry, are you referring to my comments?
Val's,
Oh, yeah, Valley's probably right. Matt, like I said, I take no pleasure in bringing it up. I think it is relevant. It's up to the chair to make a determination, and I guess the rest of us on how we want to proceed. Had I considered it, perhaps there wasn't a focus or a spotlight on some of the demo policies to bring it to mind. It just occurred to me literally at the moment, so I leaned over and asked the chair what his thoughts were, and he said, well, why don't you ask?
so for what it's worth, this structure is not a completed structure. There's nothing done on the inside. It's basically open studs. So I don't understand, they're fully within
may
their
I-
rights. Can I finish?
Yeah, go
Mine?
ahead.
Respectfully. This is a work in progress. It's an open permit. So a demolition is you need to pull a permit for a structure that has a CO. This doesn't have a CO, not even
No.
close.
I beg to differ, Matt. I'm not talking about the building code or zoning. I'm talking about the act. The definition of a structure, this conforms to the definition of a structure, as would a historic structure that was demoed by neglect to the point that half of it was left standing, and it wasn't something that people could live in. We would be looking at a structure, not a dwelling, and we would be looking for a demo permit
From you, from this board,
from this board
but not a building permit.
well, we don't issue building permits. The building
but
permit
I'm
has
saying the
no
buil-
relevancy to this.
Well, it does as far as demolitions are concerned.
No, again, respectfully, it doesn't, because the demolition bylaw, the demolition delay bylaw is not an HDC rule or regulation. That, you are correct that you do not, in my interpretation of the zoning bylaw, require any process through the demolition delay. The demolition delay is for dwellings. This is not a dwelling. However, under the HDC umbrella, this is a structure, as I understand it, and a structure requires a demolition permit.
It's a redesign.
It may be that that's worthwhile to pursue. I could be wrong. I hope I am, in a way.
Okay, I think we're going down a legal road.
Yeah.
Because
Mr. Chair.
I'm not gonna say the oldest house, because it probably does have a C of O, because it was reworked. But there's tons of old houses on Nantucket that don't have C of Os, and they're still structures.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
May
And
I-
if you, excuse me sorry, I just want to finish my train of thought. And if you take an existing building, regardless of whether it's a dwelling or whatever it is, and you remove it in total, and then you put in a new foundation and reframe and all that, that's a demolition of one building and a new building, not a renovation. What's being renovated? So, I'm
The
sorry,
existing
Holly, go.
structure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention, looking at the application that Matt's office has submitted to you all, they do indicate the previous COA from 2022.
Yep.
And have indicated that's to revise the building design. Matt is showing some red lines, but, from a point of the revised building versus the HDC approved building. And I'm wondering if having more of a clear definitive at what point is actually being revised from the previous approval, if that would be beneficial. Because clearly this is, and you've seen them before, I mean, I would want to agree with the fact that you've seen applications like this before where the design has changed, even though you've already issued the COA. So it's just,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. Holly, are you making a recommendation? Because I'm not clear what it is if you are.
yes, I'm making a recommendation on having something come from Matt to clearly identify what has been constructed versus what is being changed from the previously approved plan, since this has come in as a quote-unquote revision.
Thanks. Can I speak on that?
Yes, please.
So, Matt, my understanding is the house is being deconstructed, including the foundation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I appreciate Holly's perspective on that. I think if this was something other than what you're proposing, then that would be appropriate. I do want to see if we can kind of weigh through this a little bit. Because there may be a requirement for a demo of the structure, does not mean that you cannot put in an application, whether it's labeled revisions or otherwise, for another structure. So I think
Right.
we can review this, and I think we can move forward tonight on discussion, but I wanted to spotlight that there is potentially a hiccup or more, and we have to resolve it so we know how to proceed. That's all.
Right.
That's fair. I
Agree
guess the
completely. So we're going to proceed with this on its own merits, putting aside the question of demolition, not / renovation, whatever. And we should get this in front of town council to see whether the HDC should be regarding this as two separate applications, one for demolition and then the second for a new building. Okay, that was a nice rhetorical exercise, so I think we can move forward with the discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Holly.
On your point of town council, sorry, I have to ask as staff, is this something that's going to be coming from chair or vice chair through the proper channels, or is this something I'm going to have to request? Just so I know.
What would you prefer? Do
Frankly,
you want me to make a request, a
Yes,
formal
sir.
request?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then I will, absolutely. Okay. All right, discussion about the building itself. Anyone? Okay, myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, so Matt, the prior conversation has no reflection on these comments. I think you know that about me. But in any event, my concerns are primarily the first floor with respect to the fenestration package. I think it's non-traditional to the extent that it is inappropriate. And what I mean by that are, for instance, on the west, the transoms lights over 3 doors, transom lights that are oversized relative to the door lights, the individual panes of glass, non-traditional detailing, the size of the windows to the right for, having looked at the interior program, it appears to be the living room space, the porch space. Those fenestration elements relate to neither the set of French doors, any of the sets of French doors, nor any of the windows on the second floor or around the building. I think the bay windows, you probably could stretch it and get away with it. But, and then those elements apply to the other elevations where applicable. And I think the most important element is that the other elevations are not going to be visible except for obliquely. So it's really the west elevation that concerns me. I think that's it. Otherwise, I think the massing is very appropriate. I think it's a handsome structure. I think the other fenestration elements are all appropriate. Not only are they appropriate, they are attractive. But those are the concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. Yeah. I think that the previous approval has some relevance, just because we did go through the exercise of approving this. So even though I'm not going to look at how each elevation differs from the approval, I do think the west elevation is probably important to take a look at, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 French doors that we approved on the first floor and 6 French doors that we approved on the second floor. And when I look at the proposal before us, there is some tall fenestration, tall windows that I think could be on the west elevation that probably read like French doors, but it looks to me like the overall glass on both the first floor and the second floor have actually diminished. The second floor, there's only one deck with a single French door on it, which I think would be the most visible. I do think Stephen's comments regarding the transoms are described accurately relative to appropriateness, but I do think it's mitigated by the pergola, and I mean, your rendering kind of illustrates that. Overall, I actually feel like this is an appropriate structure. On the north elevation, there's a dormer that doesn't meet our setback guidelines, but it's kind of a gray area because that dormer overlaps 2 different masses, and I don't think it's going to be visible, so I think it might be permissible. I'm actually in favor of the revisions. I think Matt you made a nice, significant leap from the first iteration of this, and you've deformalized it. And I was really reluctant when I was reading that this was all white, but seeing that you've modified the colors, I think it's appropriate.
Joe, thank you. So that leaves, I believe, Abby and Val.
I have nothing more to point out than what's been pointed out. The front door is on what, the east?
Yes.
Would be the east, yeah.
Okay. And in typical circumstances, I would say on that elevation, a 6-foot bump out is useless, but I guess it will define that gable, and nobody will know from far away if you can see this at all. Yeah,
That's it?
yeah. I thought the other building was lovely, so I'm struggling with this.
Me too.
Abby?
Yeah, I agree with that. I also agree with the fenestration, and I think the trellis, or the, whatever that is, the pergola, sort of offsets the transoms, but I think a reduction in French doors and glazing, especially on, let's see, west, south, and maybe north, but the east seems to be fine and traditional. So I would just cut back on the glazing.
Okay, thanks, Abby. I'm in the Joe Paul camp on this one. I think it's well done, and I personally would consider it to be more benign than the previous approval. So that's where I am. Sounds like maybe there's a few people you need to accommodate. What's the motion, folks?
I think it's a motion for revisions. Before I make that motion, I just want to say to Matt, you know, one of the things that has happened in the recent past is the use of turtle glass to cut down the night, the character and setting effect of the light. And I don't know if that's going to come up here, but I do want to mention it. So if
Yeah.
anchor that point in your mind for the future. And we had a structure a little closer in that was significantly smaller with respect to the amount of fenestration, and that was a requirement. So that's a comment, and I'll motion hold for revisions.
Okay, on Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, and I will write that request, Holly, to you.
Thank you.
Section 6 of the act. And it's going to revolve around whether this is defined as a structure or building, or either. It may not be defined as either, which I find hard to believe.
Okay.
It can be a revision when there's not one piece of it staying where it is.
Okay, we're moving along to 27 North Liberty. We have somebody to rep? Oh,
Hi.
oh, yeah, of course, right. This was a viewing. Okay. I don't actually think you need to say anything. Well, it was a viewing, right?
Okay.
Okay, so hopefully you all viewed, I did. I'd like your opinions.
What is the final application for? What configuration of French doors?
Actually, that's a good question. Could you just clarify that? for me?
Yes, it was to add the additional muttons to make the 3 doors into 12 light doors.
Okay, thank you.
Ray, could I say something?
Yeah, can we let Holly go first?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still believe that the previously approved 12-light kick panel is more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mickey?
Okay, so this is Mickey Rowland. I'm speaking for the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which includes myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. So I know this comes down to visibility. And just so the board is aware, I'm sure they probably already are, that the land bank has plans to greatly improve and expand the trails within the Lily Pond Park. A new trail will run to the northwest of the existing pathways, and this new trail will run closer to the back of 27 North Liberty. They also plan to do wetland restoration and invasive species management, which will likely open up and broaden the views within the park. The chances that this door will soon be more visible from within the park are pretty real. The proposed door is not appropriate and cannot realistically be modified to meet building with Nantucket in mind guidelines. The originally approved 2-section French door with kick panels should be retained. Thanks.
Did you say thanks?
I said thanks.
Oh, it was just,
Thanks
it
for
was very quick
shutting up.
term. Okay, thank you, Mickey. All right, board members.
I'll go, I guess.
Thanks, Stephen.
You're not going to see this unless you're doing some freshwater muslin. It's not going to happen. I wish we could hang our hats on what the land bank might do in the future, because I don't believe that as Holly said, the 12 light kick panel is much more appropriate. In fact, it would be appropriate. However, on appeal to the select board, I have no interest arguing what the land bank may or may not do. It's going to come, that would not be a good look for us. I don't think we should make our decision based on that, but it is, you know, we need to make decisions based upon legally tenable grounds, and what might happen in the future is not something we can do.
Okay, Stephen.
I would ask, if I may,
No, go ahead.
that in the spirit of compromise and knowing the great work you've done, Michelle,
Yeah.
on the property already, is that you would consider at this point some type of vegetative screening along the property line for the future. By the time the land bank, if they do work there, would be filled in. I do think it's an important historic structure. It has significance. It's been argued, debated, and for days on end, and 24-hour period is what I mean to convey there. So I think that that would be appropriate. I don't think we can make it a requirement to create visual screening for something we can't see, but I would ask that you volunteer that in this proceeding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Who's next? By the way, because Diane is not on this, did we establish last time, was it you, Joe?
Yeah. at least-
We've been, oh, so it's Joe, okay.
Yeah, I thought I was on this. I agree with Holly and Mickey and with Stephen, which, their comments are somewhat contradictory, but the mitigating factor for me is that if we did nothing, we'd end up with a double French door with no muntins in it, so, which is what's existing now. So,
No, this is existing.
It's a slider.
yeah, that's existing. And, yeah, this,
No, it's in.
It's an as-built?
right.
Let's just move along.
Yeah.
Joe?
I'm fine with what's proposed due to the limited visibility.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Who's next?
Well, I should have probably gone first because this is really in my backyard and I walk it almost every day. And I do see the back of this building from the boardwalk. So I beg to differ. And I preferred the original French doors with the big panel.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Val?
Are the muntins changed?
I would add the,
No, I mean, it was a 6 light to start?
no, it was that French door, that sliding, that's aluminum slider.
No, I
It's
understand that, but
existing.
the muntins are not what you're proposing yet.
I'm proposing the muttons on a 3-door. A salvaged factory assembly, 3-door.
I understand.
One is operating and 2 are fixed.
I think what came in first was they had 6 panes each one.
That's right,
And is that what's there now?
yes.
Okay. I personally would prefer that than the 12 light because the pane configuration is completely wrong. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. Let's see, I think it's to me. I viewed this, and I can't imagine that it's visible. And I will also point this fact out about the land bank. If you look at the site plan of her property, there's a big old wetland in the back that's on her property. So we all know the rules about cutting vegetation in a wetland. So assuming that, well, interestingly, somebody got away with putting a lawn in the wetland, that wouldn't be approved today, but so it is. But surrounding that edge of lawn is wetland vegetation that can't be touched by anyone. So I'm okay with this.
I'd like to explore an option, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I want to clarify, my comment about you're only going to see this if you're farming freshwater mussels
Right.
was not to be flippant. It's a wetlands, and the land bank area is a wetlands too. I think that it would be more appropriate, I don't think the 12 light is appropriate. I think an 18 light configuration would be more appropriate, and I think it would be more appropriate than no muttons, but again, if it's not visible, Michelle, are you interested in doing a 18? I'm not suggesting anyone's going to support it. I'm just looking for information.
I just think it takes something that's totally not historic. What is there now was not historic at all. And it just doesn't seem historically accurate to me.
To go to 18?
Yeah.
Okay, I just
go
wanted to understand where
18.
you were with
I
that.
mean, I would agree with Val's comment that the 6 light is a better option on that. And again, I hope the commission confirmed that this is just not visible anywhere.
Okay. I guess I'll make a motion.
Okay.
The motion will be that to approve with the 6 light per door panel configuration, it would be subject to the as-built fee for the application, which I think is 4 times,
10.
10 times, which is a standard approach. It's not punitive. Well, I think it's meant to be punitive to disincentivize as-builts, but you get what I'm trying to say. Our action isn't punitive. And a good faith smattering of some plant material along the rearmost border of the property.
That the plant material would require Concom approval.
Yeah, they
and
can't do
also-
that.
Oh, because you're.
You're right,
within
in
the-
the wetland.
I have that 50-foot buffer.
What about dry land planting?
What do you mean?
More than 25 feet away from the wetland edge
I
is what
could
he
explore
suggests.
that option, sure. Yeah.
I mean, you keep it sheared down, let it grow up if it becomes an issue later on. How's that for a compromise? Okay.
Japanese knotweed
Could you
very
restate your
prolific.
motion?
So the motion will be 6 light configuration of the door panels and plant some young screening material as close to the rear border as you can. And the as-built fee, yeah.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so that motion is, you were an aye?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to walk away from the table because the next one's Lisa's. See you in a minute.
All right, hi, Lisa. Good evening.
Hi, guys. How are you?
It'll be better at 8 o'clock. Let's see, 41 Hulbert revisions. Once that's up on the screen, if you would be so kind as to direct staff to where you'd like to be.
Okay, these are revisions to the north elevation. And we presented 4 options. My preferred option is actually one of the options in the back. I don't know if, Fiona, you might be able to keep scrolling until you get to north elevation option B. It's going to be way at the, I think it's way at the end. I don't know why there's so many of these. Yeah, that's it. So what we did is we took 2 of the windows and we brought them in from the corner board. They, if you look at the west elevation, they're very similar to that placement of those windows off the corner board. And then we also spaced them so that they're not mold, similarly how they're placed on the west. And then put a pair of 2'8" French doors in the middle. I felt like, and we can look at the other options, I felt like this was the most balanced relative to the amount of fenestration down below and the way the fenestration is placed in comparison to the other elevations on the building. There's 4 options, so if you scroll back up, there's, yeah, that's, was a third option was ganging the windows and then putting 3 doors in the middle. Which I also like, if you want to give me that much class. I felt like the single door looked under-fenestrated.
Okay, anything else you'd like to share?
Nope.
Okay.
That was it, and those are the only changes happened on that elevation. On the north.
Yep, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 2005 infill within the Brant Point neighborhood. I would actually agree with Lisa's proposal of option B. I think it also is symmetrical. There's still a lot of glazing on this elevation, but this, I think, is a better compromise than the previously submitted. And I agree with retaining a double door versus single because it's more symmetrical. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. I just want to get a clarification, Lisa. We're looking at sheets that don't indicate, to my knowledge, an option A or B. It just shows two options. Are we to take it the second one?
Mr.
Keep going
Chair,
to the end.
on the title block, it says option B.
Oh, we got to do one of these things.
Yeah, but we don't have the other options.
They should be at the end of the application.
They're online.
So the bubble drawing is what you're showing as option B.
That's option A, I guess, or that's an option, and then we did A, B, and C after that.
I don't see them.
B, C, and D.
Oh, B, C, and D. I'm sorry, Fiona,
Okay,
thank
so-
you.
So they're the next group showing, so I just want to make sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. So we've got the bubble. Can we go to the next one? The next one, please. Yep,
That's it.
next one.
That's it. And then
Okay,
there's
so
one,
our drawings don't show,
and then the first one is with the rest of the packet.
Yes, page 27.
okay, so our drawings don't show bubbles on some of the drawings, is what I'm,
Oh, I don't know why, that's odd.
right? Or do yours? show
Yeah.
Bubbles on all three?
Yeah,
I've
all
got
three?
bubbles.
yeah,
Okay, mine doesn't.
you're
Right.
bubbleless.
You're bubbleless.
Did you scroll all the way to the
That's the previous submission.
That's yeah.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Chair, while you're getting
Yeah, can we please?
settled, I'm happy to go.
Wait, one moment. Mickey, did you guys have something?
Yeah, we think that option B is the best.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Anyone else? Does anyone disagree? Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Go ahead, Angus.
Approve as submitted.
Option B.
Option B as submitted.
Okay. Let's see. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye opposed? Okay, that
Thank you.
carries unanimously.
All right.
We're going to go on to 39 Cliff Road, demo dwelling. Okay. And I think, Carrie, are you there?
I am.
Okay, we're going to put you active on this one.
Okey doke.
And you'll sit on the next one too if we get to it. I anticipate we will.
Well,
Hey, Doug, how are you?
Good evening.
If you, when you see the start point for yourself, and then so kindly let staff know to advance through to where.
Okay, so this is a structure that was built in 1994 through 1997. It's a little quirky, and we went through an extensive exercise with our client to see if we could make it fit their needs, and we just weren't able to get there completely. So unfortunately, we had to make the decision to go ahead and demolish it.
Okay. Let's see. You got something on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't
Thank you.
Pop in.
So actually, I'm curious on where the date of 1994 comes from. Because there's an HDC survey on file for the structure, and it's a pre-1881.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I remember when this went up.
Right.
Steve Thoreau did it.
I thought you did it.
I didn't do it.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chair.
I was going to make some very
I'm not
disparaging
done.
comments.
Well, I would appreciate those.
No, I'm pretty sure Steve Thoreau did this.
Yeah, it was
Guys,
demolished.
Holly's got the floor.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So, and I have an HDC survey on file which it reflects what we see in the photos as a contributing structure, which was split from 41A Cliff Road in 1915, and then it was enlarged. Demolishing, what?
Guys, let
Okay.
Holly please finish.
Thank you.
like
So
herding
at
chickens.
the end of the day, there's incorrect information. I will attest that the a tax assessor's information does date it incorrectly in the 90s. But this structure that you see in these photos match this HDC survey, And there's a sister structure right next door, which it matches the other half. Again, we've got photographs, there's photos at the NHA library of the same. So demolishing a contributing structure that is over 140 years old is highly inappropriate. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey, do you have anything material to add, or I'll take a comment from Ray, and then I'm going to make some.
Well, we're going to agree wholeheartedly with Holly. We reviewed this as a group and pulled up
Okay.
the historic
If you
photos from the
agree, Mickey,
NHA.
please, let's leave it at that. I'm sorry, but we've got a long agenda, and we're getting into repetitive comments. We do appreciate the input, but if you agree, and we'll move on.
Can I make a comment?
I'll
Actually,
make the
I want
comment.
to.
Oh, okay.
I
to
stand
Ray.
corrected.
Yeah, it's a new building
So,
though.
yeah, I mean, that old Gambrel piece came from a much larger building that was
That's right.
adjacent to it, as I
Yeah.
recall.
Which we ended up renovating on the left of this.
Oh, hold
Right,
on.
right.
Sorry, guys, Elena's got to do minutes. I want to keep it clean. So the comment Lisa made is that there's some portion of the structure that's newer.
Well, I think what happened is we based a new structure on an existing gambrel that was there. Is my recollection, Ray, that it was new? And I could verify that just by looking at our drawings.
Okay, thank you. So before we get into comments, Doug, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this right now. And I think you probably understand the potential gravity of the information presented. So as opposed to having a long, drawn-out discussion, I would ask if we could hold this till next Tuesday for additional information. We'd have the second application tracked. There are psychics in the family. When I said earlier that I know we'll get to it eventually, I had none of this in my mind. But I think we need to hold this over for additional information. Fair enough.
We can definitely hold it over, but I looked up the file literally just the other day, and there are drawings of a brand-new building on file for the permit for this structure. So-
Okay, so what's
But
gonna,
clearly, we need to clarify, so.
yeah, that's got to be resolved because, I'm not going to go down the path of what happened because I don't know. Abby, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, Lisa, this isn't the one that was,
Oh, she left.
this isn't the one that was Eastman Johnson's.
That's the one next door.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So is everybody comfortable with proceeding with additional information next Tuesday? And Holly, do you think that's sufficient time for you? We can't get this wrong.
I agree.
And I think you're probably.
Yeah, I
on
mean,
board
we've
with
done
that.
the research
Yeah,
ourselves,
okay.
so.
I have to provide additional information more than what I provided. Obviously,
Okay.
if there's a building permit file, correlating that with the HDC survey on file from the
So we're
80s.
going to need that Thursday by noon.
Yep.
Okay,
Fair enough?
fair enough.
Okay, we appreciate you working with us on this one. We
And
do
the
want to
perfect part
get it
indicates
right.
97, which usually is incorrect too.
Okay. Okay, that moves us to, it's one way to get through the agenda. 85 Orange Street, and let's see, this will be Connie. And, yeah, Connie.
Hold on.
So Abby, Ray, myself, Connie, and Angus.
I was, but I got kicked when my battery died, so hold on one second. Connie's not sitting here.
Good evening, and if you could identify yourself for the record, that'd be great.
Yes, good evening. Hi, Commission. PJ Antonic with Oak Development. And hopefully the sugar I brought was helpful to keep you going till 8 o'clock. All right, here we go. I'm jumping on now, Holly.
Go ahead, TJ, when you're ready.
Oh, wait, I didn't. Hit accept and then you can share.
Join as attendee. Should I have joined as panelist? Did I just screw that up?
Don't decline, just yes, I need it. Hold on, I'll do it again.
Because it was the
There you
original
go, hit
application.
accept.
Yep.
Now you can share.
Great, so let me just do one thing here. Okay, so this is a fairly complicated project because 85 Orange previous to us purchasing it was 2 properties, but then was subdivided under, oh, wait, I know, I'm working on it. Was subdivided under,
4181.
yes, correct. There you go. So I thought I would start with just a quick overview of the site to kind of set the stage so everybody understood what was going on as a whole, if that's okay. And then we would go through the order that Fiona has put together. And if at any point it is a little confusing, so obviously any point, just raise your hand and ask a question. So 85 Orange Street on the front, this is the existing condition. You'll see that there's a larger structure on the front, and I'll show photos in a moment. But that structure is an older 1850 home that was turned into 4 apartments and is in massive disrepair. In the rear was a 2-story structure built, and Hall, you might be able to correct me on this, but I think in the 70s? Yes, and it was a 2-unit apartment building with no internal staircase. So that staircase you see right here is just a PT staircase up to the 2nd unit upstairs. And then in the back here is a pretty large oversized garage that was used as a wood shop that's in massive disrepair as well. You can see they added the property line here, so now it's 2 separate structures, or 2 separate deeded lots. And our goal is to rehab the front with 2 very small additions, tear down the garage in the back and replace it with a smaller footprint, modest ADU, and then take the main home here, which is currently multifamily, turn it into a single family, move the staircase inside, and have the guest house as part of that single family. So in other words, going from 6 very rundown apartments to 2 single families. Questions? Yeah?
I just want to let you know, I think it's very helpful to give us the context you just did. I
Yep.
don't want to interrupt your flow, but at some point relatively soon, we want to start focusing on the individual application of the garage.
That's what I'm going to do right now.
Perfect.
Yep. So I'm going to go to the garage demo first. Give me 1 second. Stop share. So this is the rear garage currently. Built, and Holly, you might be able to correct me again, but I think this was built in the 70s. What just happened?
No?
No, because it's what helped them get their 4180.
That's right. You are correct. And Fiona, my computer just died.
Thank you. Okay, so what is the age that we have on file? Sorry to interrupt you.
So if you go to the garage demolition permit request that you guys have on file.
Yeah. But aren't you going to have the same date that you just mentioned?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
1953, I think.
Yeah.
1953, that's correct. So keep going down past the original. Keep going, keep going. Right here. Can you rotate that by chance? Yes. Okay, so this is the garage in question. It's a wood frame floor. Roof is leaking. And what we're looking to do is take this down and replace it with a ADU that's about a third smaller than what's currently sitting there.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
In my opinion, I don't think there's much historical significance in the event that it doesn't, it's really just a plain garage in massive disrepair.
Okay. Thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So reviewing Ms. Williams' 4181L application information actually goes to the planning board as she does an extensive history on this. The Sanborn maps in 1923 actually show that garage workshop, as well as on the 38 and 57 aerials. So per that documentation, it predates the 1955, obviously. There is no HDC survey on file, as Sheehan indicated in her file. So there's also photographs provided of the interior of the structure for the 4181L, which show older trim, windows, siding, older beams under the structure, and interior photos of the sheathing and subs. This structure is contributing towards the character and setting of the OHD and the neighborhood. And it would be nice to have this, retrofitted to the proposed dwelling versus having a full-on demolition, unless there's further rot that, may prohibit that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
No, that we didn't have that information that Holly just mentioned, but I would have to agree with her comments.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being succinct. Let's see, does anyone have questions for the applicant at this time? The board, again, is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe.
I do have one thing to add, if I could.
TJ, briefly.
Just that the entire floor structure is compromised on this, and it doesn't have a proper footing, and it's all timber floor.
Okay. And probably just be aware we're going to be looking for some images of that. Who'd like to begin? Angus?
I agree with Holly's comments. Thank you.
Okay. Abby?
I would, if we are going to demo this, I would like to see something similar so we don't lose that streetscape, that it, the historic relevance.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Excuse me, I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Ray?
Well, I have a question, I guess. So are those renderings of your proposal?
Correct. That's one of the items that we're
So
getting
this is
to.
where the garage is currently sitting. So
That's
it's
correct.
very similar in size and shape to the garage.
It's actually smaller, and it brings it into compliance with zoning.
Oh, I see. That's why it's smaller, it's ground cover.
Well, I also think that the garage is too big. It takes up the whole lot.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Would you like to go into that so that you could
TJ,
see?
hold on just a
No,
minute.
we're-
Hold on, let's get our deliberations done and then we can, anything else, Ray, at this point? I'm okay with this, subject to our typical approach, given the, if the structure reflects the profile, the new structure reflects the profile of the prior existing structure, to the extent that the somewhat historic type materials can be reused. I think that's beneficial. That's consistent with what we've done up on Lincoln Ave and out on Bassett Road. And do we feel that we want to move this, or do we want it to track the new dwelling, or how do we want to approach it?
Let's review the new one.
Okay. So TJ, what we're going to do is we're going to hold this temporarily, and we're going to move on. I'd like to hop, skip, and a jump. The dormer and the renovation are on the main structure, I presume?
What I suggest is we actually go to the guest house, because that's what would replace the garage.
Yeah, but the dormer and the renovation are on the main house?
That's the main, yes, the rear
Okay.
main house, yes.
So what we'll do is we'll move to number 7, 85 Orange rear, new guest house. And then before we go on to dormer and renovation, the others will address the garage demo. Before we move on, I want to make my comment. I'm a little concerned. I would like to see, and it may be, if it comes to it, it could be a condition of approval, photo documentation of the condition of the structure, and especially if it won't be reutilized.
There's not much to actually reutilize, unfortunately. It's in
Okay.
pretty bad repair. Now, I do have my engineer coming out Tuesday. I could actually have him review it for you if you'd like.
I think it would be beneficial for us to have some documentation and imagery at the very least.
That's easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on without further ado to the.
So Fiona, if you go down to the rendering of the guest house, right there. So this is what we are proposing in replacement. It's 500 square foot footprint as opposed to like 615 of the current garage. We're keeping the same width facing York Street, but making it not as deep toward the rear house there that you see. The goal was to create one of those small enclave courtyards between the main house and the guest house, like you see, very indicative of downtown Nantucket. We wanted to make sure that we kept Nantucket in mind and kept the structure very kind of, modest and small, keeping the ridge height low, very small dormers on left and right side. The windows are similar to the windows in the front house, which we're kind of using as our template for all three structures. There are Boston sash, mahogany window. Actually, I think it's Western pine window that would be painted a gray that's on the approved list. The 2/2 is exactly what the front house was back in 1850. So we were mimicking the front house and the rear house to follow that. And the parking that you see there is the same that currently exists, and we'll talk about that in the hardscape.
Anything else?
I don't think so. I'm more curious to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you'll get another chance. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did mention that it would be nice to see if the existing garage could be renovated, but this structure, I appreciate its scale. I do think the windows are overly sized. Dormers should comply with building with Nantucket in mind, filling up the entire dormer. 6/6, although I understand the nod to the 2/2s on the main historic structure, 6/6 actually wouldn't be not appropriate. So I would recommend those instead, and I appreciate the scale. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
So the drawing we're looking at on the screen there's the rendering, which doesn't seem to align with either of the drawings above it. Can we go to the actual application that shows the 4 elevations of the proposed new building?
Other direction.
Should be under there, yeah. Keep going.
There it is.
TJ, just while we're getting there, can you confirm or correct that the drawings, the elevations are imposed above the illustrations, are one and the same elevations in the drawing packet?
We have been actively working on this while we've been applying, knowing honestly that you'd be giving comments and I'd be making revisions. So my goal was to kind of get through today, get the comments from you, and then revise accordingly. So there could be minor differences.
Okay, so what we're focusing on now are what you're proposing, or?
I think if you focus on these 2Ds, they're more accurate, and I can do my updates and make sure the renderings match exactly on the next meeting.
Thank you. That's what I was looking to determine. Okay. Ray?
Mickey, had you finished?
No. So
Yeah, I was going to come back to you, but I saw Ray's hand.
So
Go ahead, Mickey.
So if this is a full demo, if this entire garage is being torn down and resized to a different shaped building, which it'll probably have to be because it won't meet the zoning, the setbacks. To me, the gable forward design doesn't fit into the neighborhood. This seems to be sort of out of place in this old historic district neighborhood. I mean, I would personally suggest that you look more to a smaller, shorter facade 3-bay type of a building, which you'll find up and down York Street and Prospect Street. The eave forward, I think, is much more appropriate than the gable forward. I agree with the 6/6 windows. The dormers on this doesn't look, they don't look appropriate. And I would actually also request more accurate drawings. If you scroll down to the next set of, there's no like trim shown on this. I think we need more accurate drawings than were being provided. And I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Who would like to begin? I would. Ray.
So these elevations would make it appear that this is a slab. Like,
No, the plan is a crawl space, just a 4-foot porch.
so in which case, I mean, that's good news for me, because when I look at the gable end elevations, first of all, the door threshold is on the ground, which.
Yeah, I think that's just a drawing issue we could definitely remedy.
Yeah,
gable end.
and it would also elevate
These are the
the first floor windows up more, because right now they feel like they're sinking into the ground. So next time we see this, we're probably gonna see 1.5 to 2 feet underneath that door stoop. That was number one, and number two is, I like Mickey's suggestion of eave forward. I think that would be a real benefit, to, like, the gable forward is somewhat aggressive. So just switching the orientation of the building. That's it.
Abby?
Yeah, I think, sorry.
I think if you're starting from scratch, I think this gable forward, the proportions just are off. And I think the pitch is very shallow. The fenestration looks vertical to me. It doesn't look very cottagey. I mean, the scale is good, but if you're really starting from scratch, I would do the eave forward. And I think that the dormers need, to be rendered correctly and be in proportion with something that you might see on a little old cottage like this.
Thank you, Abby. Angus?
I agree with what pretty much everyone has said. The dormers, I especially agree, don't meet the guidelines and would need to be dramatically reduced. And I do like the idea of the eave forward. And the pitch of the roof does work for a shop or a garage, but as a dwelling, is too shallow. Thank you.
Thanks. Joe?
I have nothing to add. I think that corrected drawings will enable a more detailed conversation and having them match the rendering. The renderings read, how do I put it, more to scale, more representative of reality than the 2D elevations. So I'll wait for the next iteration.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So TJ, my comments are that first and foremost, agree with respect to drawings, better representation of scale. You're better off not adding any type of a CAD layer for poche for roof materials and shingles if it's not going to be accurate to proportionality and texture that would be here. For instance, this is a shake roof that are significantly larger than whatever be applied. It doesn't benefit you, and it doesn't benefit the design, nor its presentation, nor interpretation. On the matter of changing the orientation of the gable, I don't disagree. However, I believe that if we're going to, how do I say, not jettison, but if we're going to I want to say abandon, but that's not the right word either, having word finding issues. But if we're going to allow a transition other than reduction in scale with the same profile as the older prior existing structure, I'm of a mind that this can go in a whole different direction. I think that this structure is a dwelling with a more appropriate roof slope is going to look like a small cape that is a box, and that's going to create issues with the character and setting in the area, which is to say converting the existing structure or a smaller proportional version of this structure into a dwelling, I think is going to be inappropriate. And if we're going to turn the gable forward and talk about changing the proportions, why not open the palette up and have you do something that is more appropriate, like a scaled down version of a home, that it's appropriate to the area and more in keeping with the vocabulary, design vocabulary, roof planes, jogs, additive massing, fenestration, all those elements of vocabulary of the main dwelling. And I think it could be beneficial for you, and it would be beneficial for the historic district. If this is going to be not modified, then and its whole presentation to the street, I'm repeating myself because sometimes I do that when I think I need to. If it's going to be altered such that it isn't what is the longstanding character and setting of the area, then I think it opens up license to make more significant modifications. I don't know what the rest of the board feels, but I would like to get a sense if you think that's appropriate or not, whichever it is, so that the applicant has a better understanding of what direction to take this in. They're very dramatically different. One is a new design potentially, and one is cleaning up what's there and rotating it.
I have two comments, if I can.
I'm going to actually just to
fine.
get feedback, and I'd like to start with Ray.
I hear you, Stephen. I do think that the eve forward piece will be quieter. Although one of the partners in my old firm on Lion Street, the little gable Greek revival that sits back, that used to be a gas station, and she turned it into her little house, Jenny's. And it looks great.
A Greek revival motif would be different than what we've been discussing. That's something I wouldn't be against.
Well, I mean, that's what she did.
Yeah.
You know, that's an example of a gable forward that, with a low roof pitch, by the way, that actually works pretty well. So I'm somewhat ambivalent.
Okay. Does anyone have feelings either way?
I think it should be eve forward, period.
And
If it's going to be this scale and this height.
I guess the question more specifically is, do you think we should be sticking with this form, or if we're going to be altering the presentation of the existing, does that open up the palette for a different design?
Well, it's part of a whole, he's going to be doing another piece of a building on this property, so I think what he wants is to have two small buildings, so I think this is probably the size, the scale that he's looking for.
Okay, yep, I get that. I'm just, Angus?
I'm hoping that when we get more information, it'll be clear to us that it's important to keep the existing structure. I'm sorry that it's, in disrepair and the roof's leaking, but these are all doable fixes. And in the spirit of reusing the old building, to revive some sort of version of what it would have looked like back in the day when it was built. I'd rather see it go that route than to have it look more like a house using the garage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand. So, TJ, you're going to need to interpret that. I think my suggestion on opening this thing up a little bit is not being supported. It seems as though you're getting feedback to keep the structure and its use, but turn it into a dwelling, and then you're getting some support for modifications as you described. And in any event, we need to see more accurate drawings, and the illustrations would not be. And keep in mind the dormers, the amount of fenestration, so on and so forth. Sorry, I don't want to belabor this, but on this design, if it was going to stay this structure, I think these dormers are just, they're inappropriate for this roof pitch. And I think that roof pitch is inappropriate for a dwelling.
What do you suggest?
So my suggestion is a different building.
But if we were to stay with this, what would you suggest for the roof pitches?
I'm going to say you guys need to kind of I'm only one person here, and you need to take the feedback from the other members. I think you've got plenty of room to come up with a successful design. Abby?
I think referencing building with Nantucket in mind
Mhm.
might help you with the proportions and so forth, and how to do it,
Yeah.
dormers.
That's a good point. Okay, so
I have
about
one more point.
Yeah,
The
go ahead.
only reason we kept it gable forward was because that's what the current garage was. That's
Gotcha.
why we kept it that way.
Gotcha.
Because I was trying to make it looks similar to the garage in, you can see it's basically the same shape except it has dormers on the top. So that's why it was done that way.
Okay, yeah, and it sounds like you've got some license to work on that. Work on making that, modifying that orientation.
And when you say E forward, just so I'm clear, turning it 90 degrees.
Yeah. Motion,
Hold for revisions and corrected drawings.
okay.
And could we have the demo track,
Yeah, demo track.
demo garage track?
And just a clarification on the corrected drawings, like these drawings, and I don't mean to be nitpicky about them, but like the side elevations, they just
Yeah.
show an eve line, they don't show fascia board. There's corner boards on some, but not on the other. The windows look wider than the door. The doors read just as a rectangle, but the rendering shows like a 4-light with a panel. Like that kind of trim detail, I think is important to capture in these drawings because it's such a simple building, because we'll start getting into, they kind of prevent you from really weighing in on it unless all of those things are accurately depicted.
Understood.
And you're going to want to show at least 8 inches of foundation. And then if there's going to be any stoops, exterior landings, you're going to need an exterior landing. You're going to want to show that in the drawing too. So those are all part of Abby's motion for additional information, clarifications, and revisions, right, Abby?
Yes.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay, we can go back to the main
dormer.
house. I did not preview this. TJ, is there rationale to be doing one of these?
I would do the dormer next just because it's
Okay.
the same lot.
Let's go that.
So main house?
Can I say
No, rear house dormer.
Oh,
Rear house doors. Go ahead, Ray.
Well, maybe I'm confused, but when I look at the elevations, the quote-unquote existing elevations, with respect to the photographs that you provided, it
Yes.
doesn't look like it's the same window and door configuration. Am I correct?
I'd have to review.
So,
That's the existing structure now.
yeah, okay, so look at the upper left.
Yep.
You have 2 double windows to the right of the door. And if you go to your elevations, they're just,
Oh, you know what? The existing elevation did not end up in this packet. This is what we're proposing.
oh, so you're moving all those windows and doors around?
There was a mistake on the top there that I'm working through, but for today's sake, if we could just talk about the dormer and then I can submit the correct one, that'd be great.
Okay, so why don't you, TJ, walk us, get us on a page so we're all looking literally at the same thing and then go from there.
It's really just the 3rd floor dormer that we're applying for. And if you look at the screen behind you, you'll see the dormer at the top.
Okay. So I'm just going to cut to the chase because we're going to have, this is going to come up as a recurring theme. Obviously,
Yep,
drawings
I'll
need
just
to be-
review it.
Drawings need to be updated, more accurate, proportion, scale. That'll address your door on the main, on the front, the rear elevation and the other elevations. So just to dispense with that as a topic. I'll note before we get into comments from Holly and others that it's difficult for us to comment in great detail because the proportions are off of the structure in the dormer. So, or they appear to be off. So you're gonna maybe not be getting a full assessment by us.
Yep, that's fine. Let's just move that one on.
All right, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure is circa 1970. Obviously, this is all within the OHD. The dormer needs to comply with building with Nantucket in mind, recommending the 3 feet off of the edge, 6 inches off the ridge, as well as windows and shingle spaces accordingly. I think the 4 lights are not appropriate as proposed. A 3/3 would be, I think, more in keeping within the OHD than what's proposed for the window configuration. So, thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, you guys got anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with everything she said, but I would add that the roof pitch of the dormer is way too shallow and it should come off the ridge a little bit. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who would like to begin?
Can I,
Angus?
um, I, I agree with what's been said, but it might, instead of all of us going through it, I would make a motion for revisions to comply with building with Nantucket in mind. The dormer doesn't meet it in really any fashion. The setbacks, the height, the pitch, the set off the ridge. I would hold it for revision and corrected drawings.
Any concerns with that?
I'd like to make one comment
Yeah,
before,
please.
just that I agree with Angus 100%, and I think that the applicant might want to look at a gable dormer, not that wide, but I don't see how you're going to get a shed roof dormer to be compliant with relative to you're going to have a plate height that's going to be 2 feet off the floor. So I don't know if you were here for another application where there were options.
Okay.
I think it would be worth looking at.
Thanks, and I'd like to, in a motion, I'd like to ask that we put this on a view.
That's a great idea.
Okay?
That we put it what? I'm sorry?
So a view in our lexicon.
Oh, a view. I
Get up, we
didn't.
Go take a look. So, the last thing, and this applies to the other drawings, and Joe mentioned this earlier. We need to see your rake boards, fascias, the fascia at the eave, or at the eave. So the vertical board at the bottom termination of the roof plane. And that is gonna change the perception of these and all the rest of it, foundation height, exposed, so on and so forth.
Okay, noted.
Ray, were you making a motion? Or?
No, Angus made it.
Angus, I'm sorry. Angus, did that include a view?
I'm sorry.
Your motion included view?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of Angus's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay.
I'd
now-
like to actually propose that we skip the main house because you're going to have similar feedback. I don't want to waste your time.
Yeah, we appreciate that too.
Get
All right.
to the hardscapes.
Yeah, and the hardscapes are really gonna track,
Yeah.
and we'd probably put those on track. Maybe the next time we could take a look at them and make sure there's no issues with materials and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about those.
Pardon me?
I mean, we can if you'd like. We could just blast through it quickly.
I think, yeah, I'd like to have a very brief presentation from you, and then while it's up, we can ascertain whether we wanna find that there's anything to comment on.
Sure.
and move it along.
That's fine.
Thank
So if you could actually start at the original photo up top, just one slide up, down, right there. So Holly very nicely sent this to us. You'll notice the 2 front doors on the front. And you'll notice the 2/2 on the windows. You'll also notice a transom over the main door, which remains. So just keep that in your mind while we go down. I think the best thing to do would be just to go straight to the renderings. Or actually go to the site plan, go up. So if we zoom in on that site plan there on the main house, the 2 additions that we're looking to do are boxed in white. And the bottom one is just a simple first floor sun porch with all screens around the back side of it. The other is extending the kitchen and stepping down into that area inside in order to have a decent ceiling height in the kitchen. Now, you'll notice where we're showing that bulkhead, it's one line. That is not accurate on this plan. It actually steps in about a foot because I wanted the main house in the front to stand alone, and I didn't want to create a wall-like structure along York Street. Any questions there before I move on? Okay, we'll move to the renderings then, please. You may want to zoom out, yeah. Keep going. This is existing. Okay, we could stop there. So these fenestrations are what are existing. Now I'm matching I'm matching the window sizes from the original home around the entire house. There are, if we go down A little further, yeah, there, you'll see that the addition in the back is the same ridge height as the narrow section of the house in the back already. We're just matching that, keeping it lower than the ridge of the main house. We are requesting to add a chimney walk around the top. You'll notice this shows glass in the sun porch, but that is screens, and I'll make sure that's clear. Keep going down. I'd like to show, keep going. I'll make sure this isn't upside down. So that's the original home there. So the addition goes off the backside of the right part there, and you'll notice that that door on the right is not original to the 1850s home. So what we'd like to do is make it look like it did back in 1850 and move the door back to around the front, keeping it a 6-panel door. The left door we're just going to keep and, you know, sand down and fix, and then replace the windows. You can keep going. Yeah.
I think so. I think there's some fundamental changes that we need to see in order to give you good feedback. And I think, I don't know about the rest, but I don't think I want to get into fenestration other than say, I think globally you're going to find concerns with the proposed fenestration to refer to building with Nantucket in mind. I think the other global comment is going to be, can we go to any one of the elevations, sets of elevations?
Well, can I ask regarding the fenestrations, what, if we're just matching what's there now?
Well,
as
matching
far
is, yeah, different, I would suggest, than some of these, this bank of windows.
Well, that bank is really screens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so bear with me a moment. Global comment for us to be able to review this, I think, easily and productively. One, bubble things that are being changed,
Yeah.
red bubbles. Two, using this sheet as an example, put the existing front elevation at the top and the proposed elevation at the bottom for each sheet. So we have 4 sheets with
Okay.
the proposed and the existing on the same sheet. And does anyone have a global comment they'd like to add on this?
Those are great ones.
Okay.
I
And
have-
then I think we can more easily review this and give you better feedback. The pochang, if it isn't going to be accurate, not to be, you know, but herringbone roof, don't see it. And we're not doing hardscape yet, so careful with that one. And clearly label any materials so that we can zoom in. I note that some of the text, the font is a little hard to read. So for instance, with that screen, we want to be able to see it in big letters.
Okay.
So it doesn't create unnecessary discussions and diversions. Okay, so how about a motion for revisions and additional information on this one?
Yeah, no view.
And we'd roll it on a view. Okay.
One other global comment is just on the applications. I don't believe any of the applications show anything filled in on the revision section, which is adjacent to, you know, the historic name and original date, are the east elevation, south elevation, west, north. Each of those need to describe what is happening in the application.
Is that going to be accomplished with bubbles or something else?
Well,
Oh, on the application.
on the
I'm sorry.
application, yeah.
Yeah, so add the narrative version and text to the application. Okay, so Angus, was that your motion?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, you got some mileage out of those Twizzlers and Kit Kats, TJ. All right, we're gonna move on to 4 Cabot Lane. Julie's here. Val, you coming back? So it'll be the regular board.
I've been here a while. I'm really glad I do landscaping.
Oh, PJ, what is the new names tonight? Good night, PJ. Okay, Julie, good evening.
Good evening.
You know the drill.
I do. 4 Cabot Lane, Julie Jordan for the applicant. Landscape design. We intend to, it's a cute little cottage. They're keeping it very small. Our hardscape consists of some fencing, board fencing for privacy in the back and along the rear property lines. And then type 2 with kind of a beefy post on the Cabot Road side, covered in roses. And for our hardscape materials, we'd like to use a granite to match the Belgian block apron. And the driveway will be shell with a planted median. And I think that is it.
Okay, thanks. Holly, did you have something on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is, or was formerly known as the Phillips Cottage. It was a circa 1939 shop turned into a cottage in the 60s. Regarding the hardscape, brick apron, I think would be more appropriate for this neighborhood and the vintage of the dwelling. I note the 6-foot board fence. While there are board fence within the neighborhood, I'm not sure about 6 feet is appropriate. With the granite stepping stones and patio, it seems very formal and rigid. The hardscaping, I think, should be softer and less formal. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, you guys got anything to add?
Yeah, regarding the 6-foot board fence, I think it's too much of a solid barrier between the properties that typically in this area were relatively open to each other, and really just separated by landscaping. So I think the 6-foot fence is really a little over the top in that area. And then across the front of the building, there's a type 2 fence. And is that height identified?
Yeah, 3 foot.
In the application.
Yeah.
Yes, 3 foot.
So I would suggest lowering the type 2 fence to 32 inches. And I want to add a comment to that because this came up last week, I think, whereas it was mentioned that a type 2 fence in building with Nantucket in mind is dimensioned to be 3 feet 2 inches or 38 inches.
Yeah.
And then, but the reality is when you look at that actual drawing in the book, that 3 foot 2 inch dimension actually refers to a type 3 fence, not the type 2. So I think that's worth bringing up because 3 foot 2 inch type 2 fence is just way too high. I think they should even be less than 3 feet. So you might want to look at the guidebook more carefully. There's 3 types of fences identified: type 1, type 2, and type 3. And the labels are at the bottom of the fence, not at the top of the fence. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Mickey. That darn labeling gets us every time. Okay, appreciate the feedback and the insight.
Do I talk about that before I get
No,
board
I think-
comments or no?
Yeah, I think, it's probably best just to let us run on this
All
and
right,
then
sounds good.
we're gonna land where we land and some of us are gonna have different opinions. Are there any questions for Julie at this
Yeah,
point?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
On Cabot Road, looking over this type 2 picket, you've got sort of, it looks like a very long, like fairway. What is that with the dashed lines like?
Oh, that's planting.
Oh, that's planting. And then around it, the square, is that just the bed?
That's the bed. Yep.
All righty then, okay.
Hollyhocks. Picture hollyhocks.
Hollyhocks, I love that. That's beautiful.
Any other questions, Abby?
No,
Did you want to begin?
sure. I agree about the 6-foot high board fence. I'm just trying to imagine.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll briefly.
I just would like everyone to look at, this is a little like the one on Ray's Court. I'd like you to look at the existing photograph in the bottom right. The place is surrounded by existing 6-foot board fence right now.
Thank you. The other thing, it's apropos, it's topical, so I'm going to mention it. We voted unanimously to accept fence guidelines, and I think we all need to brush up, and new members may not be aware on those fence guidelines, and it's relevant to this application, so I'm mentioning it. Who would like to begin?
I have one question.
Yeah, but it seemed like you had a question, then you stopped, so we moved on a little
No,
bit.
then you said, do you want to go first?
Oh, go ahead.
So I was, no, so back to the 6-foot fence, 6 foot tall. I think wrapping it entirely around the whole thing might be, I mean, I don't mind some, but I think it's a bit much. And I think the hardscaping, the granite stones,
does look very formal and sort of squared off. So I would soften that up a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Oh, I just had a question about where the type 2 ends and the 6-foot is proposed.
May I answer that, Chair?
Please, yeah.
The type 2 is just along the driveway and along Cabot Road, and then it's hedged up to the elevation of the house. And then you have the board fence. And the reason I designed it without the top is because I intend to plant espaliered hedging that is elevated above. So single stem trees with a flat shearable above. So it'll be green above the board fence. That's something I kind of didn't mention, but that's what those symbols are. They're trees that are flat.
So just to understand, the type 2 ends at the end of the driveway, and then you're proposing the 6-foot fence from the end of the
Is-
driveway on or at that gate?
At the gate on.
Okay, that's like 2 feet or 6
Yeah,
feet?
2 feet back from the
Okay, thank you.
elevation.
Good? Okay, do you want to comment?
Sure, I agree with the comment about fencing. I agree with Holly's comments. I would, if I were doing the 6-foot fence, it would be much further back than where it's proposed. That's all.
Thank you. I guess, Ray?
So on the fence thing, this abuts John Everett's little cottage there at the corner of Cabot and Grant. And he already has a fence there.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears to be like a 5 or a 6-foot high board fence. Now, it doesn't continue the whole way, but then I also see, I don't know whether this is on your client's property or on the neighbor's property, the stockade fence in the back by where the lawn chairs are.
It's on the line.
Okay, but you're not, you would be replacing one fence with another fence.
Correct.
Yeah. And Julie, does that 6-foot high fence run around the third side? The side
Yes, so
that's completely
basically
open
it
now?
runs around the rear of the building and all the way to the front elevation, stopping short of the front elevation with a gate on one side and no crossover gate on the Cliff Road side.
I agree with, I believe, Holly and Mickey that this granite stepping stones are rather formal on the front. Don't care what's going on in the back. And I guess, I'd only rather see the tall fence paired back on what I guess we would call the south side, southwest side, where there currently is none. Scaled back as in pulled further away from the road.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your
Thank
comment.
you. So I agree with Holly. I think brick is more appropriate. Julie, I just find that white granite abrasive. It's not a native stone. If it were the native colors, you've seen that, like the land bank has it.
It's Berkshire granite I didn't call out the type, but I don't use the Georgia granite.
So the Berkshire is the one that I think is more appropriate. It's the
it's a little
color of a native
darker.
stone colors, pinks, tans, grays. Yeah, Berkshire. Thank you. I appreciate that information. I think that would be appropriate. And then I would wonder, I guess I'd be fine with shell. What's the island space? Existing?
Creeping time.
Okay, yeah, that'll be charming. The fence itself, I think, with respect to location, speaking about the 6-foot, is within our guidelines. I agree with, let's see, the northern border, the western border, north, west, the south, southwest. I would ordinarily, I think, agree with Ray on this, but I think that the plant materials you are talking about, which are going to provide needed relief, and I think net, this is going to be a tremendous improvement aesthetically with respect to the landscape changes, and that's enough for me to outweigh having that 6-foot fence come up further towards the front of the house on the southwest, so I'm good with it as it is. I will personally, I think that this isn't a street, sidewalk, a fence adjacent to a sidewalk where people are looking for privacy, so I think the 6 foot is more appropriate than a 5 foot because it's just more appropriate in these very tight conditions. I agree about the front steps, a little less formal, those will be visible. And those are my comments. What would you like to do? Does
I
anyone have
haven't said
to add?
anything.
Val, would you like to add to what
The
you
only
didn't
thing I
say?
would say is, are you gonna plant on both sides of the fence? Usually we require that.
The fence is on the property line, so that would be difficult.
Yeah, so,
We're gonna plant on our side for
yes,
sure.
please.
So, Julie, what Val's addressing here is that we try to soften the top of the fence up with a binding material planted in each alternating section. For me, the fact that you're gonna have tall, what are these gonna be, hornbeam or something?
They're hornbeam or linden.
Or like a soldier oak, or what do they call them? Okay, so the fact that you're gonna have the green immediately above the top of the fence at less than alternating section intervals, to me is a mitigating factor versus having the vine up there. So it's not strictly in conformance with our guideline, but it is to accomplish the same intent and spirit. Just to answer on the guidelines, not to persuade you in either way.
No, I always thought that was to be kind to your neighbors, so they don't have this big wall of fence they're looking at, but I guess in this case, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I think they own, Val, just to, through the chair, they own the privet roots, the neighbor. So I think the fence will be built from the inside out. I think that they probably won't remove that. It looks like they
Okay.
own that hedge and the line is on
Okay.
the side. They planted it fully on their line, I think, but I'll double check that.
That's helpful information.
Thank you.
What will I mean, it seems to me like we can move this forward. What
Yeah.
would we like to do?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, and Julie, you'll look into that privet?
Yeah, I'll look into the privet, and as a matter of fact, I will revise through staff just some of the comments, because my client has changed a couple things that are adjacent to what you've commented on.
Stepping stones.
Well, they
Yeah.
have stepping stones up right now that look just
They
the
do,
same to
actually.
me.
Yeah. I just looked at the
It's
image.
just going in a
Yeah.
different direction, so.
So I think I'm comfortable with it, given they have the existing hard edge, square edge. Well, let's see what happens. The proof is in the pudding. Val's motion to approve is submitted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, let the record reflect Angus is opposed. We are now going to move on to 3 Paw Govett. How do we pronounce that word?
Paul Govett.
You got it?
Paw Govett. That was easier than PJ.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Were you calling him the wrong name the whole
Yeah, I
time?
did it. And no one corrects me. I don't
Repeat it.
understand that. So very quick
This
story, you
is
guys.
the problem with
Very,
confidence,
very quick
Stephen.
story. You guys are going to love this. I started working in the office. This is a few years ago. And one of the staff introduced me to one of the staff, and he told me her name was Tina. For 3 months, I called her Tina. One day, she told me her name is actually Nikki.
Oh.
Wow.
That's bad.
Yeah.
You had her questioning what her name actually
I
was,
was
probably.
just like, somebody speak up. Okay.
Okay.
Names are important things. Julie, go ahead with. Paw Govett.
Well, this is an amazing cottage that is being renovated. And there's a hedge of rugosa on the front of Paw Govett that the client would like to keep. And, you know, these things are kind of glacial right now. So there are a couple changes to this plan based on some feedback from Mickey, and that the client and I have changed the arbor to be just a single gate, similar to the gate in my details, and we're dropping the arbor from the plan. Also, the road is dirt, and my staff must not have known that, so we would not be putting a Belgian block apron on this plan. But this little cute wall is here, and the house has been lifted, but my intention is to keep the wall under 24 inches and have the grade roll and do very minimal retention of this rear slope to give the family some playroom in the back. And this material will be matching the front wall that's existing, which is like a rubble kind of like large New England round field stone in mixed sizes, not all one size. And there's some antique granite stairs put into that stone wall, and if I can get away with it, I will have them be just in a slope. But I think right now, according to the grading plan, I am gonna need a little bit of a retaining wall in the back to make a play lawn for the family. And we have a natural to weather pergola behind the house with reclaimed stone terrace. And, you know, the intention here is to buy everything reclaimed, so it's a little hard to call out exactly what the stone will be, but it will be either a granite or a bluestone that I have found that has been reclaimed from some other time. It will not be new or brick or anything that is shiny. And we would like to have a cute swing in the back for the family to enjoy, and I did a little detail of that. But I'm really open to styling on this from Mickey. I think this house has been in his family, and I'm open to your comments. I think the client is as well. You know, our intention is that this stays in line with how this neighborhood should be. So, you know, I put this forward as a talking point, and we can go from there. Certainly happy to make revisions as comments see fit.
Okay, thank you, Julie. I just want to be clear, I'm not seeing any dramatic, I mean, there's changes, but I'm not seeing anything dramatic. Am I missing something?
No, just I think Mickey's not going to want to have the arbor, but I've already talked to him about it.
Okay, well,
Mr. Chair, can I give my, to one of the alternates?
sure,
They've
it'll
been
be
I guess.
Connie, and it will be Holly first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, that these structures, one of them is built in the 1920s, the other one in the 1930s, and you all have seen proposed changes to them, and yes, part of Mickey's family. Glad to hear that the apron is not planned, because that was one of my comments, that it's not necessary as the road is not paved, not required per the zoning bylaw. My just main concern or comment would be more on the retaining wall, and the granite steps and what that means. I know there's existing grade that changes, but there really isn't anything on the plan to assess how that's changed, especially how there's 3 steps up. So that would be my only comment on the plans. Other than that, no concerns.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, aside from my conflicts, the rest of the board did look at this, and they, you know, Julie's already mentioned the arbor in the front, which we thought was maybe not quite appropriate, and the Belgian apron. Other than that, we didn't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I have a question. When I'm looking at at those 2 photographs in the bottom left corner, I'm seeing like maybe 6 inches or 8 inches where there's now a stair with 4 risers. Did the grade dramatically change?
The house dramatically changed, and it had to rise for the, I mean, that's not my purview, but yes, there is more grade to traverse to the front door. But those steps are changed in something you've already approved. That has nothing to do with my landscape plan.
Okay, thanks.
But Mickey might be able to answer that better because it is his family house.
Mickey, we've got a question about the grade change. Can you, from Angus, is there?
Yeah, I'm not aware of a specific grade change in the front. It does, the current lawn does roll down kind of dramatically to the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if it's still doing as much of a roll as it originally did. So I'm not really sure the proposal.
I think there's another, I just retained the grade. So if that wall is 15 inches, I'm proposing 24, so.
Okay,
Or
Angus,
21 with 3 steps at 6 inches. So.
Angus, does that answer your question?
Well, I guess in the photograph, it seems like there is a steady slope from the house to the road that almost diminishes to nothing. And so I think that it would change the character if we have like a terrace that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, steps up from the driveway.
Through the
Yeah, go ahead. I
Chair?
just want to get the question
I
answered.
want to make the question answered. See how on the right-hand side, though, of the steps, that there's no retaining wall? Because we're going to continue to pitch it. I don't know if that four rises is accurate.
Can we zoom in on the image of the existing house?
I think there's only going to be 3 rises at 6
On the left,
inches.
the first
24.
one at the driveway and up. Okay, so this is an existing condition, noting that at the street, the grade is lower, some of it is hidden by vegetation, and there's at least a 12-inch lift of retaining wall immediately behind the vegetation.
I think the house is a little higher too, but I don't
Well, no,
know,
I
and
just-
I wasn't
hold on one
here for
second.
the architectural.
So what we're talking about is, Angus is talking about this number of steps from somewhere in here up.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to point out that obviously the grade is higher here, but it is still higher here than it is here. And there is some number of steps. So are you saying, Julie, that you're not certain that there's actually going to be that number of steps shown in the plan?
Well, the plan shows 1 extra rise, as far as I can see here. It's gonna be a 24-inch wall with 6 rises. And my intention is always to have less hardscape. So if I can get it done in 18 inches, you can better believe I'm gonna do it.
Okay, and I think one second, Val, I'll go to Val next. I think the operative question is, are you changing the grade along the front of the structure at the vegetation?
No,
At the street, okay.
I want it to roll off like that.
So you're not making a change there, so the slope will remain what it is. Does that,
So there's, just to clarify, there's
Yeah.
no retaining along,
Oh, no, along
along
the street.
Paul Gavitt?
No, correct.
Okay, just the way it was, I saw that it looked like retaining on the right
Okay.
side of the stair, and I didn't know where that ended. Oh, thank you.
Julie, these pictures are prior to what they're doing to the house, correct? That's
These are
what's
existing.
confusing.
That's why it's a little, I don't have Ben's
Right.
elevations of what
all
exactly
right,
he's
guys,
doing.
thanks. Good, you're good?
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Yep. Okay, Mickey, and you guys, this is basically a landscape with some retaining walls that's gonna be visible at the front, and we're spending a lot of time on it. I understand it's sensitive to some individuals, and it's, obviously a historic area, but there's not a dramatic change here. Mickey?
I just want to point out an issue that if Julie's proposing a retaining wall with a uniform height from one side to the other, that's a little different than what's there now, because the top of the wall does slope towards Paul Gavitt Lane. And I think that is why Angus is seeing 4 risers at that corner where the access is proposed. Instead of really, if it retains the existing height, it really should slope down to only needing 1 or 2. So, maybe the wall should slope down as it does rather than being a uniform height.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to get back to the board and actually making some determinations here.
Through the chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes, briefly.
I would suggest that I think I should drop the arbor, revise the drawings through staff to show the top of the wall sloping with 2 less step rises.
Okay, is that your motion?
That's not my motion. I'm just suggesting that that's what we should do to make this good and have you be done with it.
Okay, so I think I'd like to just it seems like it's so long, I don't remember if I got feedback from everyone. Ray, have you gone? Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Connie,
No, I'm good.
Val? That leaves Angus?
Yes, with the recommendation or the suggestion of tapering the wall down as pretty much as we see in the photograph provided.
Okay, and then my comments are, Julie, I think I see Ray out of my peripheral vision shaking his head yes on that. I am not adverse to a hybrid, which is to say you bring it down, taper to the grade, and then where the steps are, as a practical matter, you level it off. And if it's an extra 3 inches of stone that we see there because you've leveled it off over a 4-foot span you bring the downward slope up, I think that seems very appropriate. I have no concerns about the arbor. Those are all fine. What would we like to do, folks?
So I think we have to do it through staff.
Exhibit A?
Yeah, I guess it would be an exhibit A.
Through staff, it's just a longer process for everyone. That's the only reason I mentioned.
You mean do an Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Exhibit A would be removing the arbor and tapering the wall to a lesser degree than it currently is to allow for a flat lawn. Is that
I
an
don't,
adequate way of saying
I think so. The only thing I would ask is on, I mean, you're free to make the motion, but if you're making it on consensus, was there concern about the arbor?
Yeah.
There was a concern
We are
about-
already, we're
Okay,
dropping.
you're.
So I
okay.
think the
Go
arbor
ahead,
and the
Mickey.
Belgian block apron are
We don't
I know,
want
but
it.
We're the voting members.
it? Yeah, okay.
and no apron.
Correct.
And no apron.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay, so Ray will work up an Exhibit A. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries.
No, it's all business.
Okay, thank you, Julie. We're gonna move to 11 Priscilla Lane. And it will be Carrie. Hey, good evening.
Good evening. Ready when you are.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it'll be Joe. I'm not sure, but I don't think we put you in the rotation yet, did we, after Carrie sat for that one that Doug did? Oh, you were, so it is Carrie if she's here.
Sorry, who's the board?
Go with my initial. So it's gonna be Angus, Ray, myself, Val, and Carrie. For both of these. Okay. Does anyone have any concerns before we open it up to you? This is how I would really like to run the meetings.
Yeah.
Everybody previews, and I say, we're on to 11 Priscilla Lane, main house revisions. Does anyone have any concerns? No?
Love it.
Motion. Okay. Has anyone not previewed this?
I have.
Does anyone have any concerns?
I stand with my motion.
Okay, well, I understand, but I, gotta do diligence on behalf of the other members. Again, it is Angus, Ray, myself, Val, and Carrie. On Val's motion,
Aye.
we're gonna do a voice vote. Val?
Aye. You do roll call, Carrie.
Yeah, voice vote. Carrie?
Aye.
I meant roll call. Thank you. Ray? Aye. Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So, all in
Nice
favor?
presentation, Anton.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That was a very nice hearing, by the way. So
Some
I
people
appreciate
complain that it's hard to get past the HTC, but if you do the
Uh-huh.
work, building with Nantucket in mind, there's a Bible. Okay, let's move on to the next one. New shed.
I make the same motion if everybody's in tune.
Okay. For the sake of being diligent, is there anyone who hasn't previewed this? Is there anyone who has a concern? On Val's motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. See
Thank
how
you.
If we
Oh,
preview.
thank you.
man,
I
we-
appreciate it. It's been great. I wish you all.
Is Matt presenting or did he decide to hold
Mr. Chair, the next two are being held.
the next two? 15 Massaquit?
Yes.
61. Okay, that brings us to 39 Monomoy, Cabana revisions. Oh my goodness, we are getting out here at 7:30.
Hang on, what happened with Massaquit?
Lisa requested to hold it.
Lisa said to hold it? Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
39 held.
What about One Evergreen?
What happened to 60s? That was held.
Was he holding this one too, Karen?
I was actually gonna put those on consent, but I wanted to have the group look at them. The Evergreen, it's a duplex.
I had concern about Evergreen.
No, but I think he was gone for the afternoon because he held Two Stone Alley also, which is after this, so maybe he just missed it.
get there.
Yeah, Two Stone Alley was held for a different reason. But, okay, well, we'll hold that, and if he comes back, he can,
Yeah, that wasn't.
So now we're on
oh, this is the new facility, I apologize, I jumped up.
Linda.
Okay, that brings us to 10 Monhasset. Linda?
Yes.
You might get hurt, Sarah.
Nothing like a sport court, though.
Hey, for the kids.
Could have been a fence, we'd be better off.
Who is my board?
Hold on one second. I want to get oriented. Abby is taking a break, so it will be Angus, Ray, myself, Val, and Joe.
Okay.
And Linda, when you get us on the page you want us on, and then kindly direct staff.
Well, it's pretty simple. The original hardscape, which included a smaller sport court, was all put on consent because you can't see it. It's at the very rear of a fairly large parcel behind the building and behind their house. This is the one that has the child camp building. If you go up Monahasset, you can see it on your left. And it's almost nearing completion, and all the hardscape is put on consent because of the lack of visibility. And the sport court is down and back below grade, behind the building. All we've done is enlarge it because they wanted to have a regular basketball court for the kids as opposed to something that was a lot smaller.
Okay, and then the application indicates new driveway, parking area.
Oh, that was already approved.
That was already approved.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
just the sport
walkways.
court getting bigger.
Okay. Okay, any concerns? Motion. Yep, already done that. It is Angus, Ray, myself, Val, and Joe.
And Joe, yeah.
Sure. Don't everybody jump at it.
I'll move it.
We're all here, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
That moves us to 20 Darramore. Revised
That
change
is just
registration.
adding 2 windows, and it probably should have been on consent like 6 weeks ago, but there it is. It's a building you already approved, it's already up, actually, and we're just adding 2 windows on the north side.
Okay, this will be Connie and the regular board.
Hold on, so it's Steve,
And-
Angus, Ray, Val, and Connie.
Yeah,
Okay. Got it.
okay, any concerns?
Yes,
Okay, Val, why don't you begin?
it's a door over a door, right?
Yeah, we already approved. It's just the windows.
They're bubbled.
So, both
They're
guys-
bubbled because we're adding a kick panel. They didn't have a kick panel before.
Okay, so both doors are being changed to kick panel versus 12 light.
I think it was a 15 light door to begin
1,
with.
2, 3.
It's 12.
It's 12 now.
Great question, my eye at 1/32 scale, my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
I just have a question. Where is north facing? Is it facing Darramore or
No,
is it
facing
facing
their yard,
the neighbor?
facing away from the road, put it that way. It's facing north.
Yeah, but you can see this, I'm sorry, I remember when this came up before.
Yeah.
It's very visible.
Val. Okay, so what is your recommendation then?
We're just adding the 2 windows and the kick panel.
No,
that's
no,
it.
Val, what is your final comment?
I'm still trying to decipher what I'm looking at, because there's a bunch of plans with stamps and bubbles. and-
Well, I gave you the previous approval. Is at the tail end of this.
Guys, Linda, guys, let's please.
So this is what we're asking
doing
for, is
so
right there.
well. Can we go to show us on the screen what you're asking for?
It's right there.
Okay, I can't analyze in the back of my head. I understand it's French doors with a kick panel.
Well,
but-
the French doors were approved. She's changing them from 15 light to
Kick panel.
12 light.
Yeah, with a
Yep.
kick panel. Val, you want to address the issue of visibility, and then I'll move on from you, or what do you want to do?
You can skip me.
Okay, we'll skip you.
I'll go.
Ray,
Well, I think this is an improvement, because right now, what's approved, the north elevation to the right of the proposed, has 2 doors, a walkway, that's it.
Yep.
And filling out that first floor with 2 windows flanking the door is just, I think, better. It's less shingle.
And there's a big tree, if anybody
Gotcha.
remembers. There's a
Connie?
huge tree right there that we're not getting rid
Or
of.
I'm sorry, was it Joe or Connie?
Connie.
So the doors have been approved, you're just having the kick pan on the two windows, I'm okay with it.
Okay, let's see, Val, Ray, Angus.
I'm all right with it. I would rather the doors be a little bit, the windows be a little bit further away from the door. They don't have to be centered, but it feels a little crowded in the middle there.
I'd be fine with that. Okay, so I'm a little confused. So I'm looking at the application, it has my signature. And it indicates an Exhibit A with conditions. And is the Exhibit A shown in the packet?
It was Exhibit A from the previous approval, which we did come in and she gave us, she signed off on it already. And it's already, building is already up.
Mr. Chair, if you look at page 11, 12, 13, and 14, that's the Exhibit A, which is
Okay,
included
thank you.
with the,
Yeah,
yes.
I give you everything from before.
I just want to say, I think that that is the way to roll. We should always have the Exhibit A in the digital version.
That is policy. As long as you all provide it to us in the proper size, we're good.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. So, okay, so this is actually not, I recall this. Linda, the first floor of this isn't visible. It's the second floor.
We already addressed that through the
I
Exhibit A.
just want to clarify. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm fine with this. I think it's a net improvement.
Motion.
Motion approved is submitted from Ray. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you.
6 beach grass, revised sash.
This
Linda?
probably should have gone on consent with paying the fine.
Stop saying that.
Well, it did. It was just a
Val,
change in color.
Linda, I have had a really good night. I'd
Don't
really
destroy
like
it.
to enjoy it
All
without
right,
any.
all this is a
hardship.
change in color, window color. That's
Okay.
it. Everything is compliant. I know Nikki's already been out there. We had to change colors.
Okay, why don't you tell us what the color change is that you're proposing?
Well, it's been 6 weeks since I've seen it, but I believe the windows are white
It's going
now.
from approved
Tone
sand tone.
to white.
Sandstone to white.
Yeah, this is the duplex, the affordable housing duplex.
This will be Carrie and the regular board, except for
hold on.
Abby. And has anyone not previewed this? Does anyone have a concern?
Who is it, Steve? You?
It's the regular
Angus,
board, Sans,
Ray.
Abby, and
And now
Ed
it's Carrie? Okay.
Okay. Motion? You're on a roll, Ray.
Yeah, I'll move it. Good.
Ray on your motion? Carrie?
Aye.
Val? Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries
Thank you very much.
unanimously. Okay. Two Stone Alley is being held. 15 North Water Street.
No.
I understand 22 Coffins being held, correct? Or is Joe with us? Maybe I missed it.
Oh,
And I
okay.
didn't hear.
So Stone Alley is held?
Yeah. Matt had emailed into staff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
Do we have any, I'm sorry, remiss, do we have any abutters who wanted to speak on any of those? Do you see anybody up there?
Not that I'm aware of those.
Okay, if we get a disgruntled email that they had their hand up, send it to me and I'll apologize. I didn't. I figured if you saw me, you'd mention it.
Yeah, no,
Okay, do we have anyone in the queue other than Paul here?
we do have Tim Holmes is from Sunlandry.
108, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
108
so-
Surfside.
Surfside.
Okay, so why don't we go
We
to
did have,
Tori?
We did have Tori, where is she?
She could be on her way in.
Okay, why don't we,
Let's do Sunrise.
why don't we go with 108 Surfside, and then if Tori comes in, we'll go with her, and if not, we'll go with Paul, and then we'll see where we are.
Okay, so
Tim.
we're at 108 Surfside.
Tim, you're up.
And Tim is aware that he's up.
And I'm not on this because it's my customer.
Okay. Tim is joining us. Unmuting, I hope.
Still muted.
Tim, you're muted.
There's only 3 of us. Right? And there's only 3 of us here right now.
Oh, you know what? You're right. This is old business.
What?
There's only 3 of us because Abby's not here.
Where, Abby's in
Is
the
Abby gone?
hall? Can we get her?
let me go look.
But Tim is still muted.
Yeah.
Tim, you're muted, friend. Let's see. That's crazy, huh? Tim, we're going to go to somebody else if you don't unmute.
Oh, we may have to.
All right, Tim, we're going to come back to you. All right.
Oh, wait, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Woo.
Woo! How did you guys get to me? I never thought we'd make it tonight.
This is our new lightning round.
All right. Let's just, I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So, is this,
Yeah.
and we do have 4 people now, right?
Oh,
Okay,
there
so
it is.
Tim, it's me, Stephen, Abby, and Connie. Tell us
Gotcha.
what you did.
Well, first thing I did, what we're looking at was what was previously submitted. That was down about 18 inches from the peak is now the code for fire. So that's what was originally shown. What I measured that roof and I have about 5, almost 6 feet from the peak down, and still able to fit my 2 rows of solar panels. So I moved it down as far as I possibly could so that the bottom of the panels will be basically right at the eave or gutter line, was option A. It doesn't
That's
look it from
option
that
A.
perspective, but there's about 5 or 6 feet from the peak down to the first panel. So I thought if I could lower them on the roof, there'd be some less visibility rather than having them up where they need to be, or should be per code, let's say.
Well, are you going to tell us anything about B and C?
A looked good to me, but let's see, B. Oh yeah, so that is B. A was the original. B is shifting them down. So you can see there's a little difference there now compared to what we just saw.
All right. I'm going to
And
assume
then-
that they're all under consideration, all 3.
Yeah, and then C, what I did is rather than have 2 rows of panels on the front, on the main 2-story portion of the house, I removed 1 row of panels, left 1 all the way down to the gutter line, put a row, I think, of roughly 5 or 6 panels on that front entryway roof, on that porch roof. And then you can't really see it, but there's a small roof, little shed roof off to the right-hand side. And I actually have 3 or 4 panels on that shed roof to the right. So those would kind of be on the back of the house opposite the street. Yep, right there.
Okay. Is that it, Tim?
Yes, sir.
All right. Board members.
Oh, and I'm sorry, just one other thing to add to, it may or may not help a little bit here. As I mentioned before, they are redoing this whole driveway entryway and doing more plantings. And I didn't realize till I went out and took some more pictures that they are putting up a 2-story garage between the street and the house. So depending on where you're looking at it from, that may help to block it, some of the visibility as well.
All right.
I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to go.
Oh, you know what? Sarah, that's.
Angus?
That's exhibit A.
So the photographs provided, they're really scraggly pines that you can see easily through. And I'm just thinking about the guidelines about there not being solar on the front of the house on the main structure. and it's on the main structure in the front of the house and appears to be visible. So I would be reserved about approving it before any new landscaping is in place. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus. I'm actually confused. So Angus is on this?
I don't know, he said he'd start and I wasn't paying attention. You're chairing it.
No.
Angus.
Oh,
Power of suggestion, never mind.
Sorry. Okay, so here we are again. Me, Stephen, Abby, Connie.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
The color of the roof?
Oh, it is black.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there it is. Anything else?
I don't, this to me is the front of the house, and I believe it'll be visible. And I believe we have guidelines that state that solar shouldn't be on the front of the property, or front of the house. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Steve and Abby?
You want to go or you want me to go?
I'll be pretty quick. I'm not in favor of them on the front of the house, but I do see an option maybe on the garage and maybe on the back of the house. I would not be opposed to that. Thank you.
Okay.
Tim, I gotta agree at this point. I mean, guidelines wise, shouldn't be on the roof of the primary structure, the main roof facing the street. I'm wondering if there's some time in the schedule process to see how the garage fits into the equation. I'm wondering if there's time, I don't know, pergolas, outdoor patios with a rainproof roof are wonderful, and these solar panels and the framework could be the structure for that, and kill two birds with one stone, dress it up with some cedar posts, post-wise and beam-wise. What is the alternative, I guess I'm trying to say, for, in addition to the garage, a ground array? I think the visibility is what's killing you here on the
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah, I know that the pines are scraggly. I think it's the last page. I should have moved it up further into the application, but the last page does show all of the landscape revisions where they're moving the driveway and adding a ton of plantings. So I thought that might help me some here, but again, I probably should have moved that further up into the application because they are planning on putting a lot of plantings in here to screen it. That was one thing that the client did say, that she would plant whatever needed to happen to try to get it on the roof. There is some space for a ground mount. I guess it would be like the northeast corner of the property, in the backyard. So behind the house, it's probably actually sort of straight northeast corner. There is a spot there that we could put one, but that was really sort of the last option that we wanted to pursue. But I think I've been at this one since somewhere around February or March, and this is probably my third strike, I think. I might have one more option left in the holster here, but they made this house all electric. And I believe that they just moved in, so they were really looking to try to, get some solar installed sooner than later, one way or another.
Can I offer my opinion too?
Please.
Well, you have a garage that's currently unbuilt. And, maybe you could use the garage roof for your solar panels, or some of them.
Yeah, that is an option too, Ray. I appreciate that. I think what they're going to do, they put the foundation for the garage in, but I think they're going to hold off on the garage for maybe 6 months or maybe a year. I'm not exactly sure. And they definitely just wanted to try to get some solar before the heating season kicked in, because like I said, the house is all electric, with electric heat as well.
Yeah.
So they were trying to get something happening sooner
Hey,
than
Tim.
later. Is all. Yes, sir.
Just along those lines, I mean, I'm more than prepared to make a motion to approve a ground array on the northeastern corner or area of the property, subject to setbacks and not visible if it's visible from the street, it's visible from the street. It won't be in that area.
No.
If that's beneficial as opposed to going through a re-waiting period, we can modify applications as we see fit. So I want to throw that out there. If it's something you think they'll roll with, let's deal with it now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll take you up on that just so we can try to get the ball rolling. And then, maybe when this garage gets built further down the road, we can come back and see if we can put some on the side that does not face the street. Maybe
Right.
an option if they need more. I'm good.
So it'll be a motion approved subject to Exhibit B. I'll mark up, or Exhibit A rather, I'll mark up that to indicate an area within which a solar array is approved.
Okay. Was that option B or Exhibit B?
It'll be Exhibit A. Sorry, I said Exhibit B.
That's
Your
okay. I was
plan,
just
your Plan B, our Exhibit A.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay, that was Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that's good.
Thank
All
you.
right, now we're,
Ben's here.
oh, Ben's here.
Yeah, what
Okay.
happened? Did you flip through? Thanks, Ben. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah. Paul's been waiting all night.
We'll get to him. Unless
I'll
Dory-
never
get any survey service from now on. That's it.
Okay, you're chairing this one, Stephen.
Oh, I am, sorry. Ben, hi. Why
Hi, how
don't
are
you walk us through, when you get to the page you want, kindly direct staff to proceed.
Sure, so last time we saw this, sorry. Okay, we're gonna start, this is 15 North Water Street, very, very old, what had been the Hussey House, a bed and breakfast, is now a single-family dwelling. Last time we saw this, we were talking about infilling the first floor porch. It was recommended to us by formerly HSAG, whatever they're called, that it should read more as a glassed-in porch, which we love that idea. So that has been revised on the elevations. You'll see that. We were also proposing an outdoor shower at the end of the parking area, which was not well received at all. So that has been completely moved to the rear L. Additionally, the porch or the elevated deck that we were proposing was considered too large, so that's been much reduced, both in its projection from the face of the rear L, and you will see that we've removed the exterior door on the modern furthest L, so now the deck doesn't connect to what had been a first floor door there either. So we've greatly reduced the second floor deck. We've much improved the glassed-in porch infill of the first floor porch. The existing second floor balcony, we are not changing the fenestration locations. We had shown French doors up there. Instead, we're only asking to switch out an existing door with a 12 light with a kick panel door. And so you can see where the exterior door used to be on the first floor in the far right of the elevation there. We've now moved the outdoor shower, which is not an outdoor shower. It's actually AC condensers that are above the floodplain, but it'll look like an outdoor shower. So hopefully it'll read more in context with normal construction rather than floating AC condensers. And I believe that's the extent of our revisions, so I hope you appreciate them.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is, yeah, as Ben had said, this is the Hussey House, built circa 1795, built for Robert Brayton, part of the Ross family, and it was a bed and breakfast for many, many years ago. Family members, I think, were chambermaids there. So appreciate the porch dimension and reconfigured layout. I do believe that the proposed fenestration changes on the south, on that first floor with all the additional windows, are not appropriate. I do not understand the intent, but I do think that having it mimic the second floor was more appropriate. Again, appreciate the change to the dimensions of the deck. This is highly visible, and this is on the historic L, not the contemporary L. So I do have concerns with that, but I have no other concerns with the other changes. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I was chairing it. Mickey, do you guys have anything?
Yeah, I think this is an improvement from the last submission. The only suggestion I might make is to have because the new 12/12 windows for the porch area it looks pretty busy. Perhaps those could be a larger pane, which would not be that unusual for a more contemporary porch conversion, whether they're 6/6s or something with just a larger, less busy pane. That would be one option. That's it.
Thank you, Mickey. Let's see. It is myself, Ray, Abby, Val, and Angus.
Can I go?
So regular board. Go ahead.
Because, just because I agree with Mickey on that, I think the 12/12s are almost trying to make it look historic, and if, it might be better to have larger panes so that it looked like it sort of evolved over time, like they could be even really large 2/2s or something similar to a more, something they might have done in the 40s or something.
Okay.
So, other than that, the other changes, I'm good with.
Okay. Val.
I'll go along with that, except if you do change them to like 2/2s, the doors need to be changed to something else.
We'd be happy to do 6/6s, and then it'll look nice with the door. I think it'll be similar pane size to the door.
Ray?
I agree with Ben, who agrees with Val, who agrees with Abby, who agrees with Mickey.
I agree with the group, subject to Angus agreeing and the 6/6 option.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to decipher which one's being proposed here. The mold 12/12s is what's being proposed?
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of the molding. I think it's out of character. So I would prefer to have just one window on either side of the door. And I'm okay with the 12/12 in that instance. And I do appreciate all the other alterations and changes. Thank you.
Okay, we got a spoiler here.
Wait, so you're saying, sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, please repeat.
This is,
No,
You're
I
saying-
get
this
it.
is too much
Well, for
here.
Abby.
So I'm saying one window on either side instead of two.
And what would be on the other side without the window, just shingle?
No, the window would center between the door and the wall.
See,
Oh, I see.
okay, I think there's, excuse me for barging
go
in,
ahead.
but I think the concept was a filled-in porch.
Right.
Well, actually, that's what it is. It's a filled-in porch. And so the idea of having sort of all glass between what used to be the posts as opposed to a enclosed shingled volume that's topped with a porch.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm with everyone else. No spoiler.
Oh,
I'm actually back on the,
oh,
now that I realize, I was looking at this, I don't know where my head is on this. I was looking at the second floor drawing, and I thought I was on the wrong sheet. I thought we were talking about the second floor. I think these windows as proposed are fine. It jives with exactly the story that's being told. If anything, the door fenestration seems off somehow, but, so I'm fine with it as it is. I would prefer, are these just, 12/12 double hung? I would have no issue with it. If you guys want to do something else, I'm not going to be an obstacle. I just think that 12/12 is fine.
well, just to have a conversation about it, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
That if this, I mean, like, they never would, and if this was a period, like sun porch, they never would have done a sun porch period to this house, so it would have happened later. That's why I think the 6/6 or the 4/4 seems more appropriate.
Yeah, and then the other comment I would add is, I think that what's bothering me about the layout, Ben, is it would be more appropriate to have this appear such that the distance, the structural support mullion between the windows and the quote-unquote structural support mullion between the windows and the doors are equal, so that it looks like posts were filled in. I think that would just read better, and then the 2/2s as double hung, I think would be appropriate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not suggesting anyone has to agree, but that's how it would typically look, I would think.
I think that the spacing of the posts is usually 6 to 8 feet. And so the windows, I'm assuming, are like 3 feet or 2'8". So I think that would be really busy with posts between the windows.
Yeah, I get it. It's just that the width of the casings separating the doors from the windows is so atypical.
Well,
It's what, a foot?
because the windows don't have trim around them either.
No, just odd. Okay, enough of that. What would we like to do?
I'm gonna move that this be approved with the 12/12 windows going to 6/6
In the sun porch.
in the sun porch. Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, carries.
You know, it's odd. I think I was chairing that.
Oh, look at
Just
that.
to make the motion.
I guess it was, well, then why was I
I don't know.
apologizing for
Doesn't
not?
matter, oh my
No,
God.
I was chairing that.
Oh, you were chairing it?
Yeah. This co-chair thing is getting me messed up
Oh,
sometimes late at night.
no, I was looking down at, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, so driveway and fencing. Well, you've got a couple of chairs here.
So there were issues related to this application due to the outdoor shower or AC condenser, but that's been removed, so that's no longer an issue. But we also reduced the width of it to 18 feet, which was a misstep on my part. It was more like 19 and a half or something like that before. So the width has been reduced to 18 feet, and the height is to match existing of the fencing around the parking area. So hopefully that's an easy one.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the changes, the reduction in the width. I think that this is something I brought up before is knowing what the type of bonding the brick is. Running bond, it would be more consistent. I'm assuming that, but I think that needs to be clarified. And thank you for moving the AC units.
Okay, thanks. Mickey, you guys got anything?
So I've got a question for Ben. The existing fence across the front currently steps up on the right-hand side, but yet the drawings show it, the new drawings show it consistently uniform. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I can't remember exactly when it steps up to like 5.5. But the concern is that if it's at that height in the driveway, then the people backing out of the driveway are not going to be able to see traffic. So we want to keep the fence low or lower 4 feet around the parking area so that visibility isn't an issue backing out into the road.
Okay, so I'm all in favor of lowering the fence. Like if you could go to 3 foot, it'd be even better. But and then the other question, well, I guess did you narrow the driveway down? Like, it looks like maybe you did. So
Yep, to 18.
yep. Okay, so no concerns. If, lower is better.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Who'd like to begin? Concerns, anyone? Motion
To approve,
as submitted.
yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was late.
That's right. Don't make it a habit, Ben.
Running bond, right? Anybody?
Yeah.
Running bond.
Okay,
I think I heard that.
It wasn't indicated anywhere.
Running bonds. Ben? Running
Thank you,
bond.
Ben.
Is there planting along the fence?
No, I mean, did you look at the picture? It's ugly as
rock.
sin.
Like they used to be. Fences didn't have anything except for cows and sheep behind them. Even in downtown. This one is you, Tori.
Oh,
Hey, Tori. Sorry, Paul. I told you unless Tori shows up.
all right.
God,
See what we can do
sorry.
here. Okay, so 34A Grove, myself, Stephen, Abby, Carrie, you there?
Yep,
And
yep,
Tom.
I am.
You're a trooper, Carrie.
Ready for me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So we've taken your comments into advisement and made all changes you suggested. We have removed the apron as it's a more rural end of a dirt road, into our driveway. We've added a fence at the top of the driveway in addition to the existing vegetation or proposed vegetation that we're proposing to mask the view of the pool. We've brought the pool in and incorporated it into the deck and expanded the deck to accommodate that. And I believe those were all of your concerns.
Okay, thanks,
Yep.
Tori.
I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
So Tori, what is the proposed top of finished surface of the proposed elevated
Pool.
something pool?
I'd have to reach out to the designer and find that out for you.
Because I mean, for me, that, it looks to me as though this is going to be integrated into the deck.
Yes, which is what you had suggested at the last meeting.
Right, so being that is the case, I thought that there were some images at one point, but I don't see them in this one.
Yeah, I apologize. They didn't track with the old business submission. So I can get you the elevation of that. I would assume the deck, the existing deck behind the house, would you say is probably about, with an average one step up?
Yeah, that's what I
15
thought.
inches or so?
Right, so it's a slightly
So it might be just
elevated-
above that, maybe a foot above that, I would
Okay,
assume.
so I would be, that's helpful. I would be comfortable myself with this, subject to, we're clarifying that the deck, the pool is, whatever, it's 7 by something,
7 by 13, I believe?
7 by 15 pool is no higher than the finished, no higher than the existing deck surface. And that is all I need.
The only thing I would point out is there's wetlands, and I'm not sure how deep they would be able to do that, do the pool.
Well, but then Stephen raises a really good point.
Yeah,
You know, he's saying it's easy for us to approve it if it's flush, but if it's popping up, how much is it popping up?
right, so I was suggesting no more than a foot, if you guys would be comfortable with that from the deck.
Yeah, I don't know what the Concom regulations are, and they recently changed, right? So,
Right, we're headed to the Concom next, we're with you first.
I mean, frankly, I just, while we're on the topic, I don't have a problem with this being, the top of the pool side being 4 feet tall at grade. I just, I would want to, we would want to finalize something that we all think is appropriate with a maximum elevation for the finished top of the pool.
Yeah, and with that said, if you're okay with the top of the pool being 4 feet above grade, if the existing deck is just over a foot above grade, the pool would then be almost up to just under 3 feet above the deck.
So I'll revise my comment to indicate that, one, I think so long as the pool is integrated into the deck in some form, and two, note the top of the pool no taller than 4 feet. This is all based upon the location, which is, a rural area and behind a 6-foot fence.
The top of the pool will be no higher than 4 feet above the deck?
4 feet above grade.
Grade, yeah.
Above grade, okay, all right.
Which would stand to reason with respect to the barrier requirements for a pool relative to grade.
Yep,
You're gonna need an auto cover on this.
yep, we're proposing that.
Okay, just, I'm smoothing in advance for you. That's all.
Absolutely, it's on the application as well.
Okay. Let's see, who else is on and comments from the rest of the board? So, got Stephen, we have Connie,
I'm on, I'll go. The fence says it all for me. I mean, everything's hidden behind a 6-foot fence, so.
yeah, okay. Great, thank you, Carrie.
I can go next.
Connie, yes?
I'm good with all this, thank you.
Oops, sorry?
I'm good with what's being
Oh,
already
what's
said.
being proposed,
Yep,
okay.
thank you.
Very good. Abby?
I'm not sure. Can you go to somebody else?
Somebody else would be me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does this mean the fence is in perpetuity?
You want a motion? Or
We
Abby,
could
you
try
wanna-
one out.
Oh, what?
You're next.
Again, okay. So, yeah, that, would be, that fence would have to stay in perpetuity, that's true. And so would the screening, obviously, because you can see right in here from Grove. I'm having a bit of a problem with this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Stephen?
Sorry, Abby makes a good point, and I think vegetation so I don't know the wetland regulation, but can you plant, I thought I heard earlier you can't plant within 25 feet of the flagged wetland or something?
Uh, Okay, so 25 feet is the no disturb line. Now, this,
Is, well, I mean, you can put a pool in there. But it's not our purview.
it's not.
I just don't want to approve something. What I was going to say is that I think that the vegetation needs to turn the corner at the driveway from parallel to the fence to extend towards the rear, on the side property line, towards the rear, the length of the pool.
Is that your Exhibit A?
Yeah, that's where the Concom thing came up, but we'll approve what we'll approve, and if you can't meet the conditions, you're gonna have to come back.
Right, and so just for clarification, you're proposing, if I'm looking at the plan on the screen, to the right along the property line from the fence back? Yep, great.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll do an Exhibit B.
Thank
to
you.
reflect that and try and address.
Plan B, Exhibit A.
And it'll be pool not visible time of inspection or thereafter forevermore in perpetuity until Snow White wakes up.
Right. Okay.
Thank you very much.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I think I'll be on no.
Okay.
Brain.
So it's 4 in favor, 1
Well, was that you, Angus?
No, that was,
Oh, it was Abby, I'm so sorry. So Abby's against, yeah, all right. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, now the moment we've all been waiting for, we're at 2 Mariner, correct? You know, we're all
Nobody else
tired,
snuck in?
we're all tired.
I promised Abby
The
we're gonna be out
chairman
of here.
promised that he would let us break at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Putting me in a tough spot, Paul. Just
I will do
teasing.
whatever you want. If you
No,
tell me I
you're
have to
here.
come
No,
back, I
don't
will
even.
come back.
We're teasing you.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Good night, Tori.
We don't necessarily have to, if we do 2, and I'm happy with that tonight. Thank you. Am I ready to go?
Yep. you're all
Okay, thank
set.
you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the property owner and applicant, Doherty ACK LLC. I guess a point of order to start with. The voting members on this application are Commissioners Pohl, Welch, Camp, Coombs, and Oliver. So I'm not sure what we're doing about the Coombs, how we handle that one.
Yeah, there are no alternates, which means that you basically have a 4-person.
Okay,
board now.
that was my
Yeah.
question.
Yep.
All right.
If there were other people that were present and could serve as alternates, you would be able to pull somebody else on, but we don't have a record of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm before you tonight to discuss a revision to a previously approved pool application for 2 Mariner Way. 2 Mariner Way is a lot or a dwelling within a subdivision that was approved previously. It is located between Union Street and Washington Avenue Extension, which is connected by a private roadway known as Mariner Way. The original pool was approved by this commission on March 21st of 2023. That pool was approved in combination with the dwelling. It was one application in which the commission approved a new dwelling and an inset pool in deck approximately 11 by 18 feet, and the deck itself had standard deck railings. The application at that time, the intent was that the pool would be set flush with the deck. Now, the deck is elevated, as is the dwelling, because we are located within a flood zone. A revision to the pool application was filed on December 25th of 2023. In quoting from that application, the revision was to raise the pool off the ground another 6 inches, resulting in 18 inches off level of deck as required by Conservation Commission. No change in the size or location in deck. That's an exact quote from what that application was on 12/25/23. Now, although that application said resulting in 18 inches, I think the plans actually depict an approximate 2-foot elevation difference between the deck itself and the top of the pool. The pool size in that December application was actually reduced in size to 7 foot 2 inches by 12 foot 6 inches. So again, this commission approved a pool and a deck, 11 by 18. The application that you now have before you that's been filed since December was 7 foot 2 inches by 12 foot 6 inches. So a significant change in the actual size of the pool. Depth of the pool is approximately, I believe, somewhere around 3 feet or so. It's under 4 feet as far as the actual depth of the pool itself. That December 25th, 23rd application for revision was actually heard at a hearing before this commission on January 16th of 2024. After much discussion, that application was held for additional information. The complete minutes of that meeting were filed in the packet that I provided for the old business application, which were before you, which was filed on 4/1/24. The old business application that was filed on 4/1/24 addressed the concerns of the board on the January 16th, 24 meeting. A hearing was ultimately held on 5/21/24, in which I actually appeared before this board and made a brief presentation on this application. I subsequently filed on 6/13/24 an updated old business application, which included minutes, a site plan that you see before you or that's on your screen or on the screen above you, photos, a firmette from showed the actual flood area, and then prior approvals. There were no meetings from that May 21st, 24th meeting, so I took it upon myself to come up with some and present some general notes from that meeting, and those are included in your packet. I'll briefly go through those. Again, voting on the application was Commissioners Pohl, Welch, Camp, Coombs, and Oliver. I made the representation before the board that night. Staff comments were as follows. Holly Backus, the preservation planner. The shingle feature of the decks is not consistent with building with Nantucket in mind. Requested a landscape plan and read a letter from the Nantucket Preservation Trust echoing the same comments regarding the shingle feature. Now, the shingle feature came about after the original revision was filed, and there was some discussion about screening and how to screen the pools now that they were elevated in the deck as opposed to being flush. And then the first old business application for this proposal came in with a basically fully shingled deck enclosure and not your typical railing. So that's what the reference to the shingle feature is talking about. Public comment was received from Amy Kehane, who is the abutter at 76 Union Street, John Hartig, who is also an abutter at 76 Union Street, Brian Rawson, an abutter at 3 Mariner Way, and Mickey Rowland from the Historic Structure Advisory Group, who also had a problem with the solid single deck railing as it was not appropriate in the Old Historic District. Concerns from commissioners. Commissioner Pohl agreed that the single deck rail is not appropriate. Commissioner Welch needed to see prior approvals and minutes.
Paul,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you saying the word single or shingle?
Well, no, what I'm saying shingle.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, shingle.
Okay.
Yeah, shingle. Commissioner Camp, the shingles were not appropriate. Pool applications are essentially a new application, in her opinion. Coombs, the pools are not allowed in the OHD. Chairman Poole explained the grandfathering is related to zoning and what's brought us here tonight. Commissioner Oliver agreed with the Commissioner Welch's request for more information, understood frustration of the neighbors regarding public notice, so there was some question about public notice in the pool applications. However, pools were always shown on the plans at the time of dwelling approvals, which was in fact the case. So to speak specifically to the packet that I submitted under old business and what you now have before you, this information has not been seen. So what you see on the screen is a site plan that shows 2 Mariner Way, which is the existing dwelling, is shown in this location. We have Union Street, we have Mariner Way, and the proposed pool is shown here in the deck in blue. There is also a series of photos which are keyed to this site plan. Photo 1 is a view at this particular point here, looking from Union Street into the particular location of the pool. Photo 2 is a photo here looking from Mariner Way into the subject site. Photo 3 is in this location looking into the subject site. And photo 4 is a similar photo here looking into the subject site. Now, the shingled enclosure of the deck, in my opinion right now, will essentially be off the table. Where now the application that we would be proposing was what was originally submitted to the pool revision, which was your standard deck railing. And we'll now talk about basically the visibility and why we feel these pools can be screened from the public and private way. From photo 1, we believe the pool is completely screened from the Union Street location. It's important to note that Mariner Way is a posted one-way road. So when you're coming into Mariner Way, if you're in a vehicle, you're coming in from Union Street and driving easterly along this way. So as you come in, if you're in a vehicle and coming down Mariner Way, you would have to physically turn your head around or to the left to look back towards the pool at 2 Mariner Way. With regard to public access or people walking, which they're free to do from Washington Avenue Extension along Mariner Way, what we've proposed on this particular application is a fence in this particular location on the property line between 2 and 4 Mariner Way. So fence along the property line and fence across this area on the back side of the driveway. That's depicted as a proposed 5-foot wide cedar lattice topped fence.
5 foot tall.
5 foot tall.
Yeah.
Then what we've proposed is along the area, in this particular area, not that this is viewable from the public way, but any chance from the abutting property owner, or if there's any chance that you could be seen from Union Street, we're proposing just a vegetative screen along this particular area. Now, the lots themselves are subject to Conservation Commission approval. We do have all those approvals in place. Privet is a non-native planting as far as conservation and so forth. It doesn't provide a year-round screen, I don't believe, so we'd be looking at something like a wintergreen hedge is a native screening. It provides year-round screening, and it's also on the list of approved plans for the Conservation Commission. So for the purposes of 2 Mariner Way, pool is now elevated in the deck. It's approximately 2 feet above the top of the deck. The deck is elevated above grade because of the flood zone, whereas the first floor is elevated to meet the flood zone standards. The deck railing itself is approximately 3 feet high, so the pool sits about a foot or so below the top of the deck railing. You would have your standard deck railings, and this pool here would be completely screened with the fencing and the wintergreen hedge along the property line at 76 Union Street.
Paul, I just want to be careful of our time.
Okay.
Because I don't know whether there's anyone in the queue who wants to speak.
No, I'm done, I'm all set with my presentation
Are
at this
you?
point.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
good.
I just want to make sure that we have enough time to,
Okay, no,
discuss this.
I'm fine. That's the extent of
Okay.
this proposal.
So thank you, Paul. And okay, so we do need to hear from Holly and then Mickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, yes, infill within the OHD. Appreciate the current site photos showing visibility or lack thereof, and also including the entire full record. And on that note, Paul also included some of our minutes that we have from this year, from the January 16th meeting, and it actually indicated Paul, Patton, and Thornwell as our alternates. So that's for this application, so I wanted to refer to that. Thank you, Paul, for including these in the application. So with that, you do have alternates available for you to choose, since we do not have Ms. Coombs. Regarding 2 Mariner Way, I'm glad to hear not to have the shingle deck. I think that was highly inappropriate and not consistent with building with Nantucket in mind or Nantucket's vernacular, and this infill structure was to follow the typical Nantucket vernacular. So I think with the appropriate landscaping plan, I don't believe that the pool at 2 Mariner Way will be seen as proposed and as indicated by Paul's rendering and his presentation. I do think the vegetation could be supplemented on both sides, obviously as consistent with what Concom requires, but also maybe there's a chance to include, instead of having open railing, when that there's the difference between the two, maybe to have lattice, as sometimes that is a feature that this board does approve for other things that are not something that we would want to have visible, like a utility apparatus. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yes, so I guess visibility may be covered. It's not real clear how, if that fence will be effective. It probably will, but I think that needs to be confirmed. But another consideration is what impact this will have on the historic character of the neighborhood, and whether the pool is visible or not. Swimming pools will affect this historic character and shouldn't be permitted. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom that wants? What? We do have a butter. Okay. Let's see, Amy, could
Yes.
you unmute?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I do want to say I'm a little confused because we had a number of other abutters that were going to be joining, and at 7:25, I heard Commissioner Pohl say, oh, wow, we're going to be finishing early. And so some of the people that were going to join left, and then at 7:48, I heard, oh, Paul's been waiting all night, and I didn't realize there was going to be a special concession made for Paul, and we're going to be here at 8:25.
Amy, that was a joke, and we were saying that on our break.
Actually, I heard it, so I'm just telling you, I didn't make it up, but I don't want to be
No,
contentious.
I
I'm
remember
just saying-
saying it as a joke.
And then somebody said, no, we will be sure to get to Paul. So it was kind of jarring, but I'm going to proceed.
Okay.
I'm Amy
It's almost
Copeland.
8:30, at which time we probably are breaking, so can you get into the crux of what you want?
Slip under the desk.
What?
I'm going to slide under the desk at 8:30.
Well, see, that's why I really had hoped that we wouldn't make special concessions for Paul, because people are now at the end of the
Yeah,
road.
this is getting
I
out of
think at
control. I
70
might have to shut you down. Stephen?
Amy, I appreciate you're trying to establish a record here, but we meet until 8:30. the official, that's our regular meeting time. I'm not suggesting we're going to break at 8:30 this evening, though we might. Comments that are made during the course of the meeting, especially on a break, you may read into them as you see fit, but anyone who follows the local practice will understand that, once again, we meet until typically 8:30. So I wouldn't try and prejudice a comment against the outcome of these applications. It's not going to carry any water because it isn't relevant. And it would be more beneficial to please focus on the subject matter and go from there.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Amy Cohane, and my husband and I live at 76 Union Street. I've been representing 9 other abutting properties, plus countless neighbors in the direct vicinity, all of whom are opposed to the pools at Mariner Way since April of 2023. Visibility is the developer's focus, but we urge you to consider equally the appropriateness of wedging 3 pools into the already densely developed area at the gateway to the OHD by invoking the principles outlined in Building with Nantucket in mind. There is a particular reference to Nantucket's sense of place on page 8 that explains it's not just about visual identity. I quote, "The design guidelines are also formulated to discourage those designs that are inappropriate to the island's sense of place." So whether the pools are hidden from the public or not, sense of place is central to your guidelines. You have the authority to rule based on appropriateness, as you did when rejecting the garage apartment at this very site. And in an even more relevant instance, the spa at Mill Hill in 2021. Along these lines, Mary Bergman of the Nantucket Preservation Trust stated in the OHD should blend harmoniously with the traditions of the era before 1846. Traditions before 1846, when there's no historical precedent for pools. Commissioners, the pools are not contributing to the feeling of the land. They're not designed as partners with the land. They do not demonstrate respect for the precious setting. They're incongruous with the character, humility, identity, and traditions of this part of town. You no doubt know that Nantucket's designation as a National Historic Landmark is under scrutiny. The National Park Service's June 2024 notification to Mary Bergman cites aggressive development in the historic district and elsewhere as a threat to this invaluable designation. A decision to allow these pools would surely aggravate this risk, which is not something we think the HGC would want to be responsible for. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry that I was crabby. On behalf of our coalition and for the ongoing support of the Land and Water Council, the Nantucket Preservation Trust, and the Historic Structure Advisory Group, who all agree the pools are not appropriate for the setting, we urge you to honor Diane Coombs' legacy of unwavering support for the preservation and protection of historic Nantucket and rule with her firmly held principles in mind. Mr. Chair, you said tonight zoning could allow a skyscraper, but HGC doesn't have to. Diane would implore you to invoke that principle tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
I'd like to make one other comment. When Holly said that alternates are available, that was my interpretation. And I don't know this firsthand, but it is my understanding that 2 out of the 3 were on the commission in August 2022. One of them was not.
Yeah, Connie is sitting on this.
Thank you.
Okay, board members.
You have 10 seconds.
Yeah,
you have 10
I'll be
seconds.
brief.
I'm teasing.
Oh,
I'm teasing.
okay.
That wasn't meant.
You gotta be very careful about that.
Yeah, that
Oh,
wasn't.
all right, yeah.
Please speak your mind to the fullest extent. would
Are
like
you,
to.
who's the chair?
I am.
I'm just qualifying
So,
my joke.
All right, I'm really glad that it's not going to be a shingled-in enclosure. I'm glad about that. Yeah, pools have been banned from the ROH. We know this. This has been grandfathered in because it was before that ruling. But so, for obvious reasons, being in the ROH. So I'm concerned about setting a precedence here because, this is one of, what, three or 4 buildings? I'm not sure. I think it's 3.
Correct.
But, so I would not be in favor of this application.
Okay, Abby. Shh, thank you.
Linda, did you say something?
No, that's fine. I'll address the board, please.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, let's see, Abby, yes.
I'll go.
Val,
So it is for me a question of visibility, as much as I'd like to say no completely. That's not within our purview. I don't want to rely on a 5-in-1 board fence. There aren't any 5-in-1 board fences over there that I can see. And to completely start wrapping these lots with fences to mitigate any seeing of a pool, because now they're elevated, I'm not in favor of.
are you suggesting instead to use vegetation?
I'm suggesting that this isn't a solution I can grab onto. I'd like to see something more detailed with regard to the hardscape. And we don't approve them typically unless this is something that's evolving right on the property line. We want vegetation on both sides. So I would need more information to make a decision, but what I'm really saying is I don't want to see this whole area get cut up with tall fences, because that's really out of character.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Val. Stephen, Connie?
Want me to go?
Sure.
Okay. Paul, question for Paul through you, Mr. Chair. Paul, did you mention Winterberry, and if so, you meant Winterberry holly?
It's a Winterberry hedge, I believe it is. I'm assuming it's a holly.
Okay, I just.
Yeah.
No,
It's a,
it's a boxwood.
it's a boxwood, yeah.
Okay, because I wanted to point out Winterberry holly is
Yeah, no,
deciduous.
yeah, it's,
Beautiful
thank you, Abby.
plant, wonderful berry, but deciduous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about the visibility. Oh, the other question I have, again, through you, Mr. Chair, to Paul. Fencing that extends from grade up 5 feet, it's not our purview, but I don't want to get into discussion of approval of something that perhaps, is that regulated by Concom?
The only regulation would be, they'd want a space at the bottom. Again, for the same reason why the pool is elevated, so you're not obstructing
Right, and
flow.
what would the height of that space be relative to grade?
Typically, I mean, it'd be under a foot. It'd be under a foot.
So that was my concern with the fence, is that's just a highly atypical detail, unless it was masked by a plant material that in effect makes it look like there's a plant growing at the foot, but I don't know, again, where that falls into Concom. I presume they want a free flow area, so it's unobstructed.
Correct.
So your fencing to me sounds like it's gonna be a problem.
Okay.
It sounds to me like, listening to Val, this is a landscape-oriented solution, at least in large part, if that's gonna be a solution. And I would agree that the concept of fencing in this area is problematic as a method of along boundaries for anything other than screening, and then it needs to be aesthetically correct or pleasing and historically correct.
Okay.
I think that probably makes sense. And character and setting is a concern for me, and right out of the gate, I'll say that in closing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Connie?
I have nothing to add. I agree with the vegetation as opposed to the fencing. And I also like to comment on the very comprehensive and complete presentation. It was very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just
Agree.
quickly second that?
Yeah.
There you are.
I really appreciate, and the presentation itself. Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I think the vegetation is a preferable solution to fencing, because as has been said more than once, if we are talking about a lot of fencing in this area, it's just not gonna work very well. I will be appreciative of the visual from a public way aspects of character and setting. Not a noise factor, nuisance factor, visual as seen from a publicly traveled way. Okay, so looks like we're looking, Paul.
Could I just briefly?
In concluding, yes.
Just make a few points and then
Yes, please.
then we'll end it here. Just to refresh everyone's memory, this is not an application for a new pool.
Understood.
These pools were approved by this commission on March 21st, 2003. We're before you for a revision to those approvals. Pools have been approved. What we're here for is because of our approvals with the Conservation Commission, the pools needed to be adjusted or elevated within the deck, in this particular case, within the deck area. So again, this commission has approved pools for, we're talking about this lot, but for 2, 4, and 6. We're here before you for a revision to those prior approvals.
And we,
Thank
And
you
I'm
for
happy
the
to look at
clarification.
happy to look at the screening aspect as opposed to the fence.
Was that your only comment?
Yeah, that's
Paul?
it.
Okay. All right, with that, I think I'm looking for a motion of some kind.
can I just?
All right, I do have my hand up, sorry.
Val?
I understand it's a revision to that, but the revision makes a significant visual difference, and so it is back in our seat.
Okay. Amy?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say two things. On June 25th, I did set the record straight that even though this has been approved, the abutters were never notified, not just about pools, we were never notified in August
Yeah,
2020.
pools don't require a butter notification.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that what we did not receive was notification of the original application from August 2022 of the properties. We didn't receive any notification of the properties. There is nothing. I checked the file. I sent this to you on June 25th. So we weren't even allowed to participate in the massing, et cetera. That ship has sailed, but we weren't able to participate at all. And I know that butters showing up does help everyone understand what's going on. So
Okay.
I think that's really important to say. And I also feel like there was one thing missing in this presentation, which was there are certain things that were missing from the complete file. So
Okay, Amy, sorry. We're running very late. I'm sorry that you guys feel that you weren't represented or notified.
well, there was
But no
that-
application, can I finish, please?
Well, I
Can
just saying,
finish?
it's not like I felt
Can
that
I
way.
finish, please? Applications cannot be heard unless the notification, the proper notification is given. So I can't answer your question, nor can anyone on this board. We've heard what you have to say, and I think now I'm looking for a motion.
Well, motion to hold for revisions.
There you go. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Now, should we move to adjourn or?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's right, you're the chair. What the hell am I
I want to do
doing?
the John McLaughlin.
Yeah, no, I want to do the.
What do we got? Do we have minutes to approve? Okay.
Move to adjourn?
So, motion to adjourn, please.
Yes, please.
That was that.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, other